Hey, Bayek, we're live. Thank you, Delboy, once again joining
Hello.
us again, and it's right grand to see thee. I'll tell thee, and hopefully everybody else will enjoy the stream. We enjoy doing this, and hopefully everybody else gets some enjoyment from it because we love it. Right. So, as I normally ask, what have you been watching?
Oh, bloody hell. Well, I know for definite.
I can sit back here. All right.
No, because to be quite honest, it's getting my memories together because
Yeah.
to be quite honest, I've had a bit of a great day, really.
Yeah.
I'll talk about that in a bit.
Yeah, you can talk
But
about that. Yeah.
I mean, the one that comes to mind is I watched Roxanne and did a capsule review of it on Monday.
Yeah.
I was umming and ahhing about what to do a capsule review on next, and it was a burst of inspiration really that made me do that, and I'm glad I did because it brought back some happy memories. Because it's a 1987 film, which means that basically I'd left school. I think I'd been out of school by then 2 years, and I was sort of like finished my YTS, and I was sort of now in between trying to get my main job. I was taking any job that was available, and when you've got that sort of time on your hands, then basically I was going into familiar shops in my town, and at that point it was computer shops, and there was a person in the computer shop called Chris, and he was a big Steve Martin fan. And 1987 is really is one of the high points of sell-through. I'm sure you'll remember that W.H. Smith was selling videos
that,
like $9.99 and all of this sort of stuff.
1987, definitely.
Yeah. So Roxanne and all of that would have been something that I would have bought in 1988. But when I was thinking about 1987, it was one of those things where I could even like almost smell the air thinking about it. Do you know what I mean? I knew where I was, how the air smelt, what the weather was like, all that sort of thing. And it's strange because I don't usually get that. I usually remember the film. I remember probably queuing up for it. I don't remember what I did after it, but I remember that Steve Martin had just come over to this country. He'd done a load of promotional gigs because this was an important film for him because he wrote it. He was exec producer on it.
Yeah.
It'd taken 5 years to get it off the ground. So
basically, a long time. 5 years.
Basically, it was an important project to him.
Yeah.
And that year, when it came back to me, I went, "Oh God, that was the year I saw Planes, Trains, and Automobiles," and that's a huge film. Do you know what I mean? I mean, that really was a leap. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yeah, that capsule review was an eye opener.
Yeah,
just because
it's great memories.
Just because of the visceral nature of it, how much I remember about it.
Yeah.
So what else have I watched? Let me think. Christ. I saw Flash Gordon because my because my box set arrived. Even though I'd got the steel book I bought on Prime Day, Flash Gordon, because it was in a sale for 20 quid. So
that's right. We saw on your blog trailer.
Yeah. So that was one. Can't think. I'm gonna sort of like keep it short because I want you to get, you've done an awful amount this week, of your top stuff and all of that, and I'm pretty sure your memory is a lot sharper than mine is. But definitely Steve Martin was a highlight of my week, remembering that film, and I hope that came across in the capsule review, and that's all I could really say.
Well, if anything does come to mind when you're on way,
because it's bound sure to.
Because do you want to talk about your day out now? Oh, do you
Well,
want me to
I was
wait?
going to say I had a great day out. I will
Yeah.
say who I had a great day out with. I travelled to the local city near me. Doesn't hurt to say it was Birmingham, but there's two people that we all know that live very close in Birmingham. They are Jim Jam and Denny, and we'd arranged on my week off, hey, let's try and meet up. And that eventually happened today. So we had a great time. But I believe literally if you look at in the next 10 or 15 minutes, Jim Jam's probably got a video up of some footage. I haven't seen it myself, so I can't say, can I? But
Great.
I'm hoping that people are subscribed to Jim Jam and they can see the sort of day that we had because we bought some stuff.
Brilliant.
That's why I haven't got my stuff here to go, oh, look, I got
Yeah.
this and I got that. I will
Yeah.
say this, though, the very first thing that I bought, and it's an eerie thing, was I got that Narnia box set that you got.
Fantastic, isn't it? Yeah.
Right? Only it wasn't the black box edition, it was a picture version.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's the same thing. It's got the 4
Wow,
inlays
wonderful.
out, and
Absolutely.
it was £2.
What can you can't argue with that, can you? You can't argue too.
And you know, when Denny pointed it out, I went, I said, I'm going to get that, Ian, bastard. I'm going to buy it.
You got it cheaper than I did.
I'm going to buy it and go, hey, you got that, did you? Got it for £2. So I might do that in my blog and just go, look, here it is.
Yeah,
yeah. But that's the sort of fun we had during the day.
Yeah,
So
fantastic.
that was really good, you know. So you carry on. What's it been like for you, matey? Are you feeling a little bit better as well?
You know,
Are you
I've
feeling
still been recovering this week, and films are the best way to recover. Seriously, they take your mind off everything, and I'm feeling better, but I'm still not quite there. But I'm feeling so much better, and it does. There are films just take you away. So, films that I've watched. I've watched some of these are downloads. I watched A Quiet Place Day One.
Yeah,
Wow.
saw that. Yeah.
Oh, I am so impressed. I love the first one.
Yeah, because that's a prequel, isn't it?
It's absolutely brilliant. It's the day it starts. The actress in it, I don't know her name. She is fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Do you know, it's very emotional. You get so involved in her as a character, and it's tense. The film is really tense, and we see the aliens and these creature things, and it's absolutely wonderful the way it all starts and the way you want them to survive and how they're going to survive. I'm not going to give any spoilers away, but it is I must get it. I'll have to get a physical copy of that.
I ordered the Steelbook as soon as it was announced about. It was announced about the time of the announcement of the cinema release.
Yeah.
Obviously, they put the artwork to be confirmed type thing.
Yeah.
The artwork's now confirmed because we're several months down the line. I remember at the time when that film came out, and I said, I'm really looking forward to it. It was one of the films that I had listed down as being a highlight that possibly of the year. Because I said I wasn't looking forward to Gladiator. I said Alien Romulus, I'm looking forward to that. But there were very few films at that particular time that I was going, I'm really looking forward to. And that film, I had a calendar of films that were coming out in the month. And that one stuck out because I said, I really like the first one, so I'm looking forward to this.
Do you know what I think? It's a great. I think they can tell a lot more stories. It's one of those things. There's a lot more stories that can be told, and if they do it right.
And Nigel asked a question. He hadn't seen it. He said, "But would it be a film that he enjoyed?" And I don't think I explained it very well because I sort of tried to explain to him that it's a very silent film, but it has to be a silent film because it's the aliens. Go on silence. So there is some sign language, the communication between the actors in the very first film. and I think he took it that it was all in sign language. This film
No,
was all silent, and I said,
yeah,
and that's my mistake because
yeah,
I got it wrong.
yeah,
What I'm trying to imply is you don't need bombastic music and you don't need
yeah,
lots of dialogue for a film to be good. This is a perfect example of a
yeah,
film doesn't have too much dialogue, and it can't because the very nature of the people that the attackers is that they rely that they hear you, so you have
yeah.
to be quiet. So it's going to be a pretty quiet film,
But
and that's what I was
it's
trying to portray.
interesting because this film just adds so much to the universe. And I have to say again, this actress, she's fantastic. She's got a terminal illness, which is an interesting part of the story. And wow, you're so with her all the time. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely love it. Anyhow, I'll move on from that. Yeah, the other film I saw, which I think probably a lot of people have seen, but for me at first time, was Civil War. I watched Civil War and absolutely loved it. Civil War is just, it's another one I'll have to get a physical copy of. It's just a great film.
Yeah,
And
again, a film like this one I haven't seen,
yeah,
but it's one I've got pre-ordered. Yeah, Steelbook.
there's some, what I liked about it, the way it's filmed, and it's like observing everything, like they're observers. But then sometimes it gets very chilling. It really does, and I'm not going to say anything else. I think you have to see it to sort of understand that. But it's a really good film. What else did I watch? Oh yeah, I watched what you kindly sent me, Roxanne. I've
Ah,
never seen any Steve Martin films before, and I absolutely loved it. I thought it was a very, I thought, I know it sounds like silly to say it, but I thought it's a very sweet film, and I
yeah,
really
yeah,
loved it. And that sweetness, it was done, and of course Daryl Hannah is just, well, she's just actually I'm gonna use that word again. She's a sweet actress. She's
yeah,
lovely.
yeah, yeah,
She is. She's lovely. But the relationship of that film, it was just beautiful. The way it was done and unfolded, I found it really good. I just found it really entertaining. So
yeah.
there's that, and then let's see what else. Oh yeah, I watched. Now this there's always a bit of a rant, and here comes the rant, everybody. The Watchers, which is M. Shalaman's daughter's
Ah,
film.
mhm.
Oh dear.
I haven't
Oh,
seen.
I
I
thought
haven't
it
seen
might
that.
be quite
No, I haven't
good.
seen that. I haven't seen
I,
that film, so I
I
don't know.
thought, oh, this could well be good. It might have interesting things, but oh boy, to me, it was just repeating the same old road that we go down. We've seen it all before. It's getting tiresome. You know exactly what was going to happen, and yeah, and it's all. Here's my rant. Elevated horror. I don't know whether they call it that anymore. It's not elevating anywhere. It's going. You feel down. You know. The problem with me now is I'm watching sort of the horror films that are coming out, and I'm measuring it, and I don't intend to, but I kind of measure it against like something like Maxine, which I absolutely adored
Yeah.
Maxine, and you kind of then when you see something that's predictable and rather you've seen it all before. That's it. So that's my film rant on that one, and I'd just like to mention I did. I know this isn't really film related, but I love doing it. I watched Carnival of Monsters again, which I reviewed, Doctor Who's story from
That's a great
1973.
story. That one. Yeah.
It's just beautiful story. Robert Holmes as well, and I just when you watch a story like that, it makes you really happy to be a Doctor Who fan, and you forget about all the modern era and what's happened. When you watch that, you think, "Wow, one it wonderful classic Doctor Who." You do. It reaffirms your belief in Doctor Who when you watch a story like that. I just loved it. And Perhaps just another little moment. I've been going through X-Files, and I think
Yeah.
now this second season I've really enjoyed, but I knew what was going to happen, and we've reached the episode, and it's one I never liked as much. It's called Three. It's the vampire one with Mulder on his own, of course, now because she's been abducted to have a baby.
Oh God.
Yeah, well, in real life, it was put
I
in
mean,
the
I
story.
remember the abduction part, but I can't
Yeah,
remember every
and,
episode. I have to say.
and I don't know. I just felt you don't realize how important she is to the whole stories,
Yeah,
and you felt her absence straight away. And plus, the story wasn't that good. It was a weak story for me, the vampire thing, and with
yeah,
him, I don't think actually, to be honest, I don't think his performance was that good as an actor, and which is interesting. That maybe he's better when he's with her, Gillian Anderson. So I don't know whether that's. I think that could well be true, but I
yeah.
just put that in, and I think that's all the sort of films I've done, and I've done a music. I always do this specially for you because I know you love me doing my
Ah,
music things.
go on. Then. Go
Here
on.
we are.
What
Here we
album?
are.
Here we go.
Crocodiles, 1980, the debut album from Echo and the Bunnymen. It's an album I've had a long time. I had it on record, got it on CD. It's a wonderful album. It's full of sort of expectations about youth and what you're looking for, but there's also a lot of sort of darker things in there. But the guitar work is just that guitar, the way it rips in. I get really excited. But anyhow, I won't go anymore. That's Echo and the Bunnymen debut album, Crocodiles. And that's it. So let's get on with
Yeah, I think we all get some comments.
yeah,
But
we better do.
I am interested though, Ian, because you didn't say quite about Roxanne, about whether you thought any of the things that I said in my capsule review.
Oh, you said it was a bit disjointed, didn't you?
No, I said it was clumsy, and
Clumsy.
I wanted to explain what that meant, because now that you've seen the film, I gave a sort of an example of what I meant by clumsy, and one of them was the a brilliant scene about the 20-something betters of the answer big nose, right?
Oh, right. Yep. Yep.
If you look at that scene, Steve Martin came in just to answer something to the three girls.
Yes.
Just
Yep.
and then he turns around to go, and then there's this big scene. I can do 20-something betters, and it's all about
right. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Yeah.
And what I was trying to get at was, it seemed every scene was like that. It was just, there was this little scene that he was in a restaurant, and then there's the big scene that's tagged onto it. It's almost like it's a sketch that's been put onto it. Otherwise, it was just going to be a simple continuation of the plot, a little conversation, something like that. Moves the plot on. Do you see what I mean?
I get you.
At the beginning, it's not like that, because if you see the beginning, he answers a phone call from his friend saying, "Yeah, I'm going to give you your tennis racket back. I've only had it a year and a half."
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then you see a big fight scene, and it's supposed to portray the fact that this is about Cyrano de Bergerac
and the duel.
Right?
Yeah.
And so that works. But to actually go into the restaurant, the pub, and just say, "Oh, by the way, I've done that thing for you," and then as he turns, there's this brilliant sketch that's tagged on. It's like, wow. I find that quite clumsy, because it's almost, if this would have been a romantic comedy, there would have just been this little chat, and it would have moved on. Do you see what I mean? And there were quite a few of these sort of like things where I thought, that's bolted on. There's another scene where he falls out the tree, and there's these old age pensioners.
Yes.
He wants to stop Roxanne going to bed with the other firemen.
That's right. Yeah.
So he portrays that there's all these aliens that are coming.
Yeah.
He's just been abducted by aliens, and they came down, and he portrayed a story to them to say that they wanted to come down and have sex with old age pensioners because, as they stated to him, they really know what they are doing and all of this sort of stuff, right? And it's a joke because these old age pensioners look at each other and go, "Do you believe all of this bullshit?" And they went, "Let's go and find out." And they all go on, right? And that's the end. And that's a sketch. That is a sketch because you don't hear about what the old age pensioners did when they got to Daryl Panner's house. You've got you've got a continuation of the story that the fire guy actually did go to bed with Daryl Hannah because he couldn't do it for the third time that evening. All of this sort of stuff. So that's a sketch then. That was just a sketch. It went nowhere.
Yeah.
Like bolted on. And that's where I think this is quite clumsy. I think comedies have moved on from that sort of thing. This definitely seemed a bit disjointed because of that, you know.
I must admit, I didn't see it as much like that, but maybe because I was interested. I've never seen Steve Martin, any of his films. It was all new. So I was just looking at it fresh to me, and perhaps didn't analyze it as much as I should.
Well, like I said,
I enjoyed it. I just saw it for what it was.
At the beginning, Ian, I gave it the benefit of the doubt because you've got to portray C.D. Bales as being an absolute diamond apart from his one Achilles heel. So you need to show him that he's a great athlete, that he's great at wit, he's well read, he writes letters, he can jump up and land on railings and climb up a 3-story building and go through windows and stuff, right? And he knows how to put out fires, and all of these other people don't. And so therefore, in the community, he is like a god, right? It's just, how many of these bolt-ons can you do to portray that? There was another bolt-on where there's a fat kid on top of a roof.
That's right. Yeah.
Right? And all I'm saying is that seemed bolted on. It already portrayed the fact that he likes heights because he tried to get a cat out of the tree. He said, "You don't need to go up the tree with a ladder. Look, just get a cat food tin and open it up." Look,
that's right. Yeah,
it's all bolted on. It works, but I just think it works. But you're very clumsy at showing me it works. You know what I mean? It's like one thing after another, all little comedy sketches to portray this one thing that he's brilliant. Well, I know he's brilliant. Thanks. You know what I mean?
Right, let's get on with these.
Yes.
Sai says, "Hi guys, and an early happy Yorkshire Day to Ian." Thank you. It's tomorrow. 1st of August is Yorkshire Day, which is the Yorkshire Tourist Board giving some publicity to the homeland.
Does that mean half price Hovis loaves in Sainsbury's tomorrow? Is that what it means?
I think sounds a good idea. Danny says, "I hope you're all good. I am good." And Mark Fletcher says, "And the grand old Ecky Thump."
Ecky Thump.
Everyone, remember Ecky Thump?
The goodies, isn't it? Ecky Thump.
That's right. You've got it. It is the goodies. Yeah,
that's where they all went around hitting each other with black puddings.
That's right. Ecky Thump. Mark Fletcher, Ian, in your top 5 films of 1969 and 1969. Yeah, I know I did. I'd made a mistake. The Devil Rides Out is 1968, and somehow it had got into the 69 one. Yes. Did you watch this late in December the 1st, 1968, and finished it on early January 1st, 1969? It's not a claim and no prize. I was just testing to see if anybody actually watched.
I think you've got to give him a no prize. That's a mistake, and you've got no way out. You got no way out of that one.
You noticed it. No, I don't. I think only one person noticed it, and then I looked and thought, "Oh heck!" Anyhow, there's no I can do about it. It was done. Jim Jam Movies and TV. Good evening, lads. Hey, bye, lad. You're right. And Jim Jam Movies and TV, absolute fantastic day today. Didn't want to say goodbye. Oh, that's
No,
nice.
I know this is
Great
the
grand.
hard thing. I wasn't ready to go either. It was one of those
Mm,
things where, do you know what? I'm pretty sure we could have done some other stuff.
yeah,
Um, you know, it was one of those things where I needed to get back because of my mum, really, you
of
know, because
course. Yeah,
she's
yeah,
80 something.
yeah,
When I actually did walk in, I walked in sort of about the same time as if I'd gone to work, so it worked out quite well.
yeah.
Um, but I turned around and said to the guys in a text message when I was on the train and on the bus and all of the rest of it, you know, to get there, that you know, I had a fantastic day, and I'm hoping that my health is going to get so much better that we can make it more regular.
Oh, that's
Um,
good.
you
Good.
know, I still think I would find it difficult doing something like in an evening situation, you know, like going to the pictures at 7 at night or
Yeah,
something, a
yeah.
film, just purely because I'd be clock watching about 10 or so o'clock to think, can I get to the
Of
train
course.
station back to get
Yeah,
back?
yeah.
And then
You're
there'd be the
right.
2 hour travel back, and
Yeah.
you know, all of that sort of stuff. But I'm not saying no. And I
Mm,
definitely would love to go to the pictures and do. I tell you what, I'd love to go right now. I'd love to say, book that ticket for the never ending story this weekend. I'm coming to Birmingham again and I'm
yeah.
going to be there.
Right.
Because I
Yeah.
tell you what, I can imagine the enthusiasm of sitting next to Jim Jam because
Fantastic.
it's one of his favorite films, right?
Yeah.
And then and it's one of the films that I saw back in the day, and then bouncing things off of him. You know, now that I've had it refreshed in my brain, I'd be quizzing him about it and say, "What about that
Yeah.
scene? Do you think it's aged? Do you think, you know?" And I'm pretty sure it'd have an equal opportunity, you know, answer to everything that I'd come up with, you know, because I'd probably look at it critically, and he'd look at it with, "Oh, it's my favorite film," you know, that sort of
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
And I think those conversations are usually quite good. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So I'd love that. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Incidentally, and you mentioned this. Oh, I heard it mentioned somewhere about Cineworld closing some
Yeah,
cinemas, aren't
it was
they?
Denny
Well,
that.
guess what? It's one of them's here in Loughborough. We've got
Is
two. We
it
have got two. So
yeah.
we don't really. It doesn't. I don't think it. At least there's still one
I'll tell you what it
theatre
was.
left.
I didn't know much about it until I looked it up, and
Yeah.
he said that there are 25 closing down. The report I read said 6, with a
Yeah.
possibility of more. Right now, they answered their own sort of question by saying, with the 6 that we're closing down, the money that we recoup from those 6 go to the other cinemas that we've got, and we're at the situation where we're renegotiating leases on certain
Yeah.
ones, which is why there's a possibility of more closing down. So
Yeah.
that's where I think the number 25 comes from,
Yeah.
because everything I read seemed to indicate it was 6. It was
Yeah.
6 closing for definite, and a possible of more.
Yeah.
Uh, and it started off the whole debate. What do you think? Do you think this is a turning point for cinemas? Do you think we'll ever recover? Because VUE had already gone through this after the pandemic, and a few other cinemas. Do you know what I mean? And a lot of Odeons have closed down recently. I
Yeah.
mean, the Odeons are the hardest hit, I think. Even at the Odeon in my town closed down.
Yeah.
No, I think the pandemic was the nail in the coffin, really. Even though it
Yeah.
was losing money all the time. But I mean, your thoughts? Do you have you got thoughts about the future of cinema? Do you think it's going to be a telling year? Do you think it's going to be next year that's going to be the telling year? Have you got any years in particular that you might
Um.
are going to be the hardships showing up?
Um. Yeah. A lot. There's a lot of factors involved, really, about cinema going, isn't there?
Yeah,
People's
I
income.
mentioned a few. You know,
Yeah, I think it's true that people have certain amount of budget and what you spend on entertainment. And if you've got a family, taking two kids to cinema, two adults, I would imagine is pretty expensive. Plus all the overpriced
well,
food and drink.
you've hit one of the
Yeah,
biggest things that I said, which is
yeah,
they make their money and their biggest profit from food. And
Yeah.
they have rules that say you can't bring your own food and eat on
I
these
know.
premises and all that.
Yeah.
And yet they charge you a tenner for carbonated water and syrup and
Exactly.
for popcorn, which is mostly air.
Yeah.
Have you ever gone into a Sainsbury's and bought popcorn seeds, right? And
No.
put a little bit of oil in a
Yeah.
pan and put and just sprinkled popcorn at the bottom of the pan,
Yeah.
right? It fills the whole pan, right, with popcorn, right? Bloody like this. And the bag costs £1.25, and you've got enough there to last you about 6 months,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And all they're doing is air popping popcorn and giving you carbonated water with syrup and charging you a tenner. And if
Yeah.
you go into any pub, they'll tell you they don't make their profit off of the spirits or off of the keg barrels. The biggest markup that a pub ever has is when somebody comes in and says, I can't drink, I'm driving, I'll have a large Coke, please. Right? Because they will charge £1.20 or, £1.90 for carbonated water with syrup. And that's their markup. It'll cost them 20 pence for that. And they'll get £1.90 off of you.
Yeah. I think, speaking from a town point of view rather than a city, I think 2 cinema chains in a town is really, it's not good. The one that survived, of course, is the one that's been here since I came all those years ago. So that's still, even though that's changed hands, different owners all the time, but that one's still maintained. And this one was built. You see, they build them and nobody goes. Nobody went.
Yeah, it's reversing.
They'd rather go to other one that they used to.
Yeah, so
that's great.
My one I live in a town, a very old town as well,
Yeah.
right? You've got a nursery rhyme after it, my town.
Yeah.
Now, we had what they call an Odeon cinema, and we've had that Odeon cinema at that location since 1965, something like that.
Yeah.
It's bolted onto a listed building. This building costs an absolute fortune, right?
Yeah.
It's a converted theater that was turned into a cinema, right?
Yeah.
This used to be a bingo hall, a theater. In fact, 2 cinemas, right? It was a 2-tiered theater that they basically filled the roof, right? So the second balcony would be where cinema 2 would be, and cinema 1 is where the main audience would be looking at the theater, right? And cinema 2, which was upstairs, didn't even have stereo sound. It had a mono sound system.
Yeah.
Right. So you were downstairs watching the big film. That was the big film of the week, and it would be in Dolby stereo, right? And the film from last week would move up to the second cinema, and you'd be watching that in mono, right? And even back then, it cost less to go to the second cinema. Right? Mono, right?
Yeah.
Move on 20 or so years, right? And you got to understand, our cinema still hadn't even changed the seats to have the ashtray removed. It had been a non-smoking cinema for 20 years, and it still had the remnants of where the ashtrays were.
Good.
Right? And there was talk of a new cinema that was opening up in the precinct, right? That's the town precinct where everybody goes to do their shopping. Right?
Yeah.
That place opened just at the end of the pandemic. So this new cinema opened right at the end of the pandemic. Our Odeon was on the brink of, had just weathered through the pandemic, closed down instantly. Bang.
Yeah.
And it's pretty obvious why.
Yeah.
It didn't change with the times. It charged the same amount of money for you to go and see a picture as it would going to a new cinema where you'd get Dolby Atmos, Dolby Vision, new seats, that recline back, all of this, right? And it was in the precinct, which means that it was right near where you can park.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. This old cinema was in front of a car park space that you even had to park at night and pay and the council forced you to pay for park and ride. Parking ticket, right? And there was only parking for about 40 cars. That's it. So at the end of the day, it's the reverse. The new cinema succeeded. The old cinema shut down. Not the old succeeded and the new one shut down.
Is the old one a listed building?
It's a listed building and it closed down.
We've got one like that, and it went bingo, and then bingo's gone out, and I think.
And I'll tell you what, to the right of it, to the right of the cinema, is a hotel, and that hotel has been there for 100+ years.
Yeah,
and there is talk that they will buy the listed building if they can get it at the right price, because the reason it's not part of the original hotel anymore, and I think you'll find that this was part of one big thing. It was a stately home back in the day, right? It was a stately home. There's a separating courtyard, and where that courtyard is where it separates between a hotel and the cinema. So the cinema probably was where the servants and everything stayed.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's the courtyard, and then you've got the big hotel. And I've got a funny feeling that they will buy the listed building off of the Odeon. And basically, but I think there was talk of something like it was going to cost like 22 million. That's how much they want. And I don't know if the Waitley Hall Hotel with the hospitality suite like it is at the moment, that they can buy that, renovate it with, because that would require more additional money. I think if they did it for half that they'd probably jump at the chance. It's like, that's the future. We can actually restore this building to the how it was before it was turned into a cinema.
Yeah, interesting. You know what I mean?
And from that point of view, the council might step in and say, we'll help fund it, so it goes back to being an antiquated, an old building with all the heritage that's there, because it faces the cross, which is our monument in the middle of our town. So basically, I've got a funny feeling that that's not going to be far off. But anyway, we better get caught up with the comic.
Yeah, we are. And then hello, Peaceful. Hello, my friend. Hello.
I've never heard of you before. Hello.
Yeah. And my Yorkshire friend. Hey, bye, lad. Danny, Eyesight, and Jim. I think that's Jim Ham, Jim Jam, and Ham.
I'm gonna call it that now. Jim Ham, yay!
And thank you, Danny, for joining us as always. And then Jim Jam Movies on TV. Hi, Danny. And Sai says, hi, Danny, mate. And then Steve Moles, hiya, Ian and Delboy. Ian, Time Crimes is released by Umbrella Entertainment on Blu-ray, a nice addition, but released 6th of November. I'm not paying that. The price, $75.
Australian dollars, that is.
There's no way I am paying that. I'll have to stick with my DVD copy.
That is believe it or not, that is, believe it or not, Umbrella Entertainment's standard price for their releases, right? Remember I told you I bought the Martian Chronicles from there?
Yeah, you did, yeah. It's a hell of a lot of money.
That was $75 plus the shipping, plus the
tax. Oh, yeah.
And I tell you what, it stuns you. I'm glad I bought it because it was the Martian Chronicles. But
it came out, didn't it?
It came out then, didn't it?
Yeah.
And you got the version without the lenticular cover. I do think Umbrella do nice packaging.
Yeah.
But I don't know if I could even.
Yeah. Do you think they'll ever bring it out another one?
Well, that's the thing. This is that fear of missing out thing, isn't it?
Yeah. I think they could do. They could still do a lot with this. But it's such a good film. It's a shame, but hopefully somebody else in future might do something with it. Because what I'm interested, I want to know more about background at filming. I've done as much as I can reading about it. I'd love some extras, which sadly the DVD hasn't got any extras on it, which is a shame.
Then again, Ian, I think that if that had said 75p, you'd have said, "Bayek, that's too much, lad. I want more than 20. I want more than 25p change out of a pound." Believe me or not, I mean, what I'm trying to say is Australian dollars. There's a big difference, right? That works out to be about 40 quid, but it's about 45 actually. I think
the postage, though,
I think you'll find it's the postage. You know, I had to pay something like they wanted 10 AUD to post it, and then I had to pay customs on it.
Exactly. You shouldn't have to pay.
My Martian Chronicles, I think, ended up being broke even 75 or 60. It was about 60 or 75 pounds, and that's because it's 45 plus the tenner plus the customer, and then where $75 then turns to 75 pounds because because of everything else.
And if you're really unlucky, you get another company saying, "Oh, we'll pick it up from the customs."
I think
bring it in and deliver it.
I do think though you'd probably get that for about 50 quid. I think I was unlucky. I don't think I should pay customs. I think I was lucky, to be quite honest.
Yeah. I think maybe in the future something will come with that film.
Yeah.
It's just kind of film that was different for me, and I really enjoyed it. I'd like to see more about it. Anyhow, Steve's Gaming. Hi guys, hello, back.
Hi, mate.
Steve's Gaming. It says, "Ask us anything." So, have you ever wondered how long it would take a giraffe to throw up? Not really, but there you are. I can see something there.
He is a thorn in my side. Did you see what I told him? I made a little announcement, Ian, that you're joining me on Friday.
Yeah.
The first thing he put up there, he said, "Good. It's ask us anything. I want to ask Delboy why he likes lumps in his mash." I don't know where that comes from. I know that it was something that turned up in a live chat. I didn't say I like lumps in mashed potato. He's taking the proverbial piss.
What can you say? How can you answer that one? Right, here we are. Here's your moment now. Get ready.
Right.
Hey, John Mondo, John McMillan, let him do his stuff. Yeah.
What can you say about the king of Newcastle?
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, I mean,
royalty, you say.
He goes around with his chalice on. He's got a butler that answers his door. He's got, I mean, and then when you actually do get to speak to him, he's got a landing like the Wizard of Oz. He's like the all wizard knowledgeable. And you have to sort of like, you have to say, can you grant me 3 wishes, oh Mondo? Can you great Mondo? Can you give me 3 wishes, please? Because I've got a couple of people who don't like they don't like being made out of straw. They don't like being made out of metal. And somebody out there back there is carrying away. He wants to have a bit of courage, That is our Mondo. But anyway, you carry on.
I can't do the accent. I'm sorry, but that's one accent I can't do. Anyhow, just got back from watching Deadpool and Wolverine for the second time. Crikey. And we are going back for a third watch soon. What's your thoughts on it if seen? Have a great stream. Well, thank you. We are having a great stream. Crikey, a third watch. Blooming heck. What can I say?
Have you seen it? He's asking you, have you seen it?
I've not seen it, lad.
Are you excited to see it?
I don't get excited very much nowadays, especially Marvel. I wouldn't say I got excited, but I've heard. I know I shouldn't take notice of other people's reviews, or maybe I should sometimes. I think generally people have been quite positive from what I've seen about it.
Oh yeah,
The feeling is there is a positive vibe on this film. So that has to be a good thing. So eventually, being the cheapskate that I am, I'll probably be waiting to get my download to see if I'm going to buy it for the collection first. Always check, always check before you buy it.
Yeah.
Anyhow, that's my. I don't know what you think about this.
Well, I didn't want to. I was hoping it weren't sort of like was going to come up because there is a moment that I am being recorded going into HMV and Jim Jam's little mixtape that he's done today.
Yeah.
And we're outside a Deadpool and Wolverine poster, right?
Ah.
But I have seen it. I saw it Monday. And yeah, I liked it. I still think the first film holds up. The second film doesn't hold up much. And I went into this film with a little trepidation because
Mm,
Wolverine's
yeah.
dead.
Mm,
Where do you go with this? Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
But with all that being said, it's got a couple of belly laughs in there for me. You know, it's quite an amusing film. I didn't tire of it. You know what I mean?
Well,
Sometimes
that's
I can
good.
get. Sometimes
Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds can sort of like tire me out. You know, his
Mm,
type of humor, his type of acting is relentless. It's
yeah.
always quite. You know, it can grate towards an end of a film.
Mm.
But I tell you what, I think this one it turned me around. I was skeptical and came away happy.
Well,
Um,
done its
and that's
job.
and I
Yeah.
think that's probably the best that Marvel could possibly hope for,
Yes. Yeah.
because of the way that the Marvel universe is at the moment. You know, I
And of
think
course,
that
it's the only one
Marvel have,
this year, isn't it?
yeah, I
The
think
only release this year.
Marvel have
So
lost their way.
that's good.
Um,
The,
do I think it could equally have done well as a TV show? Yeah,
that's an interesting point.
right.
Mm.
Because what you have to understand is that Disney also want you to buy into their streaming service. Am I
Yeah.
happy therefore that they made it a film? Yes, I am. I'm ecstatic.
And it
I'm
got a
glad.
cinema
I'm
release.
glad it
Yeah.
isn't a
Yeah.
TV film. I'm glad
Yeah.
it's at the cinema. I'm glad
Yeah.
it's got people going to see it, and I'm glad
Yeah.
it's coming away with people enjoying it.
I hope they don't shove it on streaming so quickly then. I hope they
Well,
give
that's
it a
the
bit
thing.
of
It's
space.
whether Disney will. You know, Disney is a streaming platform, so
It's they should give some space, surely. But they
well.
won't. They probably won't.
The one thing I will say is they've never released the Marvel stuff too early.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you look at Disney Plus's releases of Blu-rays and DVD and 4K releases, they've only just started bringing out the Star Wars stuff and the Marvel TV
Mm.
stuff onto into
Yeah,
Steelbook.
they have. They're very slow
You
on
know,
that.
in
Yeah.
the last year or so,
Yeah.
and Sony have been duplicating it for them. So
Yeah.
I've got a funny feeling that you'll probably see Deadpool and Wolverine being a Christmas release.
Yeah, which I suppose isn't bad for
And that
them.
that to
Yeah.
me rings true because Christmas would be
Yeah.
ideal for that to be released as a
Yeah.
physical media to go back to the old days where
Yeah.
in our when we opened up a Christmas present, it wasn't a book, it was a VHS tape or a DVD or something. You know, it's like, yeah, I've got Clarkson's classic cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, brilliant, you know what I mean?
So to sum up, you feel that the film, um, because you didn't have high expectations for it, was
Yeah.
was good,
Well, I
positive,
try not to go.
positive.
That's what I'm trying to say. I don't try
Yeah.
to go in with expectations.
Yeah.
I actually
Yeah.
went in thinking, am I going to enjoy this, knowing full well Wolverine's dead?
Yeah.
In my mind, I tried to clear of the idea that they were
Yeah.
going to bring special guest stars in, or they were going to do something, you know, that is
Yeah.
supposed to be a shock value to make you go. And
Yeah.
they did use those classic tropes. There are some classic guests that come in. There is some
Oh, that's good.
things. There
Yeah.
is some things in there that appease comic book people,
Right. Yeah. I've heard.
and
Yeah.
and there are things in there that appease people that just like the films. They just want to see
Yeah.
the film. From
Yeah.
that point of view, they did a 50-50 split, and they didn't alienate one of them. And that's where I come across and say, do you know what? They did good. because
fantastic.
from a comic, from a person that just reads comic books, they come away going, "Hey, they got some good bits in there." And for the people that have just seen the films, they go away going, "Well, it was more of the same. I really liked it." And therefore, everybody was happy. If they'd have gone too far in one direction with either of those things, you'd have had a different answer.
Yeah.
So I came away going, "It's a thumbs up from me."
That's good. That's good to hear. We need more positive stuff. Definitely. Yeah. That's good. And Danny Duke says, "I'm Mondo." Steve Mull says, "Mondo chart movies. I liked it." There you are. Steve likes it. Mark Fletcher, I agree with Ian. The new Quiet Place film was superb. Oh, something great. Those monsters are ridiculously frightening. They make the Xenomorphs look like John Inman.
Hang on a minute. Didn't I say that I like The Quiet Place? In fact, I was the one who said at the beginning of the year I was looking forward to it. How come it's like I agree with Ian? I don't agree with Delboy.
Because I've seen it.
He can bugger off. I'm disagreeing with Ian here.
Well, you've not seen it, lad. I could report.
I said I've seen it.
Oh, you've seen this one.
I said I've seen The Quiet Place. Yeah.
You've seen Day One.
Yeah, but I didn't see it at the cinema.
Ah, no. Well, I didn't.
and it's bad of me. I've actually pre-ordered the Steelbook. I was the one that told you. I said as soon as it was announced, I actually pre-ordered it, and the artwork wasn't even agreed with.
Yeah.
I've seen it digitally, and I feel bad about that.
No, I understand.
So I class it that I haven't seen it because, to be honest, I should have seen it at the cinema.
And I think for me, it's just a matter of economics as well as not going out, of course.
Well,
I'd rather.
I just want to clarify, though, Ian. When I go to the pictures, I've seen something, right?
Yeah.
If I bought something on physical media that somebody's talking about it, I've seen it, right?
Yeah.
If I've seen something downloaded and digitally seen it, I'll usually turn around and say I haven't seen it, right? And the reason for that is I'd rather talk about it when I bought it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Or I've been to the cinema.
Yeah.
I will sometimes turn around and give a popular film that that I know I've seen digitally. I will say, oh, I really like this film. I've seen it.
I mean, for me, I'm not taking anything away, because if I really like something, I'll buy the physical copy. So
that's it.
And if I don't buy the physical copy. To me, it's just it's economics, and I'd rather do that. That's what it has to be.
And I buy Steelbook left, right, and centre. So
I know, even films that you might not.
I know it's ridiculous now.
It's terrible. But I must say that I did mention it before. I was surprised how good Civil War was.
I haven't seen that. I told you that. I haven't seen that film. I haven't seen that film.
I think you'll enjoy it. I think you'll really like it.
I've got it pre-ordered as a Steelbook, but I haven't.
Yeah, I think really you'll enjoy that a lot. I was surprised because I'd heard a lot of people talking about it, and sometimes I think, people going over the top about films. But it was a very good film, and it's out now, isn't it? I think last Monday, I think it came out.
Yeah.
Mondo tells us, "Hi, Danny. It's such a fun watch, Stephen." Mukman. Good evening, chaps. Bye, lad.
By the way, Muckman, I've got a private detective who's still trying to find where you live. Be afraid. Be very afraid. That Steelbook section will be mine. The end.
And of course, look at this. We really enjoyed A Quiet Place Day 1 too. brilliant.
As a prequel, it's brilliant.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic. It really is. I absolutely loved it. It'll definitely be in my list of favorite films of the year. Definitely. Yeah. As I'm going along it year, I'm already going, I'll have that one in, I'll have that one in. Yeah.
Are you close to 5 films yet?
Um
Because you've got Maxine, haven't you?
I've got Maxine, Dune Part 2, A
A
Quiet
Quiet
Place,
Place.
Day 1. I think they're the ones at the moment. Yeah, that
Yeah.
are really right. That I'm really loving. Civil War, maybe Civil War,
Yeah.
Civil War. Yeah, yeah. So I could be getting very close to 5, but
What about
I've
that?
got to
What
leave
about that?
myself.
Yeah.
It's August.
What about that horror film? I've forgotten what it's called. The
I
one
know a
that
lot of people are going to talk about oh the one with the ballet with the little girl. Is it Arabelle? Um,
Abigail.
Abigail, that's it. A lot now. I've seen that and I enjoyed it, but I'm not sure. I keep thinking of Maxine. Maxine's affected me. I've been scarred. I'm gonna keep comparing everything with Maxine and say, do I love it as much as Maxine? No. But anything could change.
Wasn't there that film though? And I can't remember the title. It was something like A Day with the Devil or something.
Oh yeah, that's another one that people talk about. Uh it's the show. There's a show going on. Is it what's it called? A Night with the Devil or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
It's a Halloween show, and they get a real possession happens
All I
in
was
the
saying was a lot
show.
of people were talking about that as being,
They
oh my
do,
god,
yeah.
that surprised
Hang
me.
on, is it
That film
Late
of the
Night
year.
with the? I think it might be Late Night with the Devil. I think that might
Yeah.
be the title. Late Night with the
So
Devil.
would that
I
be
have downloaded it. I'm still
would that be in your top 5, 10?
not quite sure. And
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it, but I don't know whether I loved it enough. I'm a bit open on that one. I
Okay.
still feel, I always say there's going to be maybe another 2 films or maybe even more that I'm really going to enjoy. So I'm keeping it quite fluid, that top 5. But
Yeah.
set in stone would be Maxine, Quiet Place Day 1, and Dune Part 2.
Yeah. So if this
Civil War might, I don't know.
if this alien
Oh,
Romulus,
yes. Yeah.
right, which
That
is
could
a
be.
highly
Yeah.
anticipated movie,
Yeah.
suddenly turned out to be not what the trailers were, and that they've actually made it on the Yorkshire Dales, is that going to put that in the top 5? You know, instead of it being on a spaceship, they've decided actually to set it in the Yorkshire Dales on the Emmerdale set.
Yeah, on Emmerdale fam.
Will that put aliens into your top 5?
Yeah, if they all said, "Hey, Barry, what's that monster over there? Hey, don't go too close."
Aliens Dales edition.
Oh yeah, oh wonderful! I like that. Right,
Last of the summer aliens.
yeah, yeah, you're getting it, lad. You're getting it. Tony, hello, Tony. Evening, Ian and Dell. Hope you're okay. As you mentioned, Quiet Place Day 1, I've seen several reviews what people complain about the aliens being so invincible. Wouldn't be many films made if everything was 100% scientifically accurate. Totally agree. People start, it's a film, it's in the world of the film. You don't start examining every single thing saying, oh, that don't fit in. I totally agree. For me, I accept everything in that world of the film and just get immersed in that. I don't sit there analyzing it. You get people analyzing everything, every single thing. Oh, that wouldn't happen, would it? That's a bit far fetched. Oh dear, it gets on my wick. Gets on my wick. Yeah. Right. Stephen Moll says, Mondo Children Movies, I want to see Craven the Hunter. This pops up every week, doesn't it? I don't know what release date is on that one. It must be an anticipated film, I presume.
Well, I'm hypercritical of it. You know, the last answer
Yeah,
I gave to that.
yeah, you did. I know you've talked about it, and I know
I,
note only
I
what
don't
you've said.
I don't like the fact that Sony know that they've got the Spider-Man universe, and that means that
Oh
they've
yeah,
got
it's one of
every
them
villain,
releases.
they've got every villain, every character, and everything that's in the Spider-Man universe, and they
Yeah,
can't touch anything else in the Marvel comic universe, right? So, being as the only hero you've got is Spider-Man, then
yeah,
every other film that you're going to have to make out is got to be a Spider-Man film, or you've got to turn a villain film into a film, right?
yeah.
So they just taken one character, Craven, and said, let's make a film around Craven, right?
Mm,
I don't think there's enough backstory for Craven to
yeah.
make that something that I would be excited about.
No.
I didn't agree totally with the hatred that Madam Web got. They brought out a film called Madam Web,
Yeah,
right?
I'm not seeing it, but it did get a lot.
Which again is a
Yeah,
Spider-Man character, and
yeah.
Madam Web in the comics is a very, very old
Mm,
clairvoyant pensioner who is hooked up to a life support system that looks like a web, and that's why she was called Madam Web, right?
oh,
And later on, they made her young again, right? And in Madam Web, they brought all of these characters that you probably might not have heard of, like Silk and Spider Woman and all of these sort of things, and made a film. Now, I thought it was done all right. It wasn't great.
yeah,
If you were to put it next to Spider-Man No Way Home, you'd go, what a load of bollocks.
yeah. I get
Well,
you.
what's
Yeah,
this?
yeah.
If you put it up as a film by itself and you didn't know anything about the Spider-Man universe,
Mm.
you'd probably give it the same sort of review that Venom got when Venom was first released.
Oh,
Everybody,
Venom, of course.
right now,
Yeah.
when the first Venom came out, everybody was going, "Oh, it's bag of shit," but there was this other side that was going, "Gee, I thought it was fun. Thought it was great."
Yeah,
Right, and it made more money than sense, and that's
yeah,
why it got a second film being made. Sometimes you've got to do that with films. You've got to take yourself away from it and just go,
mm,
let's watch it. Let's watch this just for what it is. And Craven the Hunter is one that I would probably have difficulty doing that with, because I'm associated with Spider-Man for 40 plus years of my life, so it's
yeah,
a very big ask to ask me to say, go and see this film and don't have any expectations, because I'd be going, how do I block out 40 plus years of comic history against a character that I've bought all the comics for, right? And read every book and read every
yeah,
analysis and all of this sort of stuff, and then see this film. I literally, without too much resource, I could probably write a script for the film for Craven, because I know that much about the
yeah.
character. He's a Russian. He's a character that was born from the very fact that he was hunting down every single predator on
That's
this
right.
planet.
You mentioned that. Yeah.
He is
Yeah.
king of everything. In other words, he's destroyed and beat all predators, right? That is what Craven is. Now, at the end of the day, I don't think that's enough to make a film.
No.
They
Do,
obviously do. So,
do you know when it's due out, or you haven't seen anything? It must be this year.
all I heard, it was in pre-production hell.
Oh, really?
But if they filmed it, brilliant.
Interesting.
And I will go and see it, because it's the Spider-Man universe, and
But
that's
interesting.
that's why I'm saying sometimes people are gonna slate that film before it comes out. And all
Yeah.
I'm saying is, I'm not going to listen to the slates,
Yeah.
because I did that with Madam Web. But actually, I managed to get past all that slate, and I watched it
Yeah.
for what it is, and I thought it was an average film. It's a very, very average film, right?
But it wasn't as bad as people were saying.
It wasn't as bad as what people were saying.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Let's go to the next one. Mark Fletcher, Steve's Gaming, the giraffe question. I'm sure that Delboy has seen a documentary about just that subject at some point. He's still going on about that. Giraffe. You're going to be haunted by a giraffe now.
I don't watch that many bloody documentaries. I'll tell you what, though. 2 weeks ago, I saw the documentary on Gene Wilder. It says "In Memory of Gene Wilder," and that was a brilliant documentary. I can tell you that now. if that's out on physical media, or if you do have a copy, or if you do have a Sky Arts, it's on Freeview Sky Arts.
Yeah.
And you do have that channel. Look out for In Memory of Gene Wilder. It's a brilliant thing. You hear him narrate all the way through it. It's brilliant. It's talking about young Frankenstein and Willy Wonka.
Oh yeah. Let's have a look. Yeah. Monchobot movies. Me too, Stephen. And Muckman movies. I watched Shalala
Ding Dong, that says. Shamalama
Somewhat disappointed and didn't go as dark as I was expecting. Oh, I enjoyed it. It's funny, I enjoyed that one much more than his daughter's effort. His
daughter's effort.
But I love that.
You make it sound like he said, "Here's a camera, love. Go out there, go out in the backyard and make a film."
Yeah, no. To be fair, she has been on his set of his films doing some filming. You know, I think second unit director or something like that. She's been she has had the thing. Apparently, his other daughter is a singer as well. So I wonder if he's got that fixed up on some record deal. But let's see. Right. Mr. Dan and Horror. Hello, friends. Hello. Welcome to the channel. If you're still here by now. Signals, Mondo Charlotte movies. In looking forward to watching Terrifier 3. Should be good, nice, and gory. I know everybody's been going on about the. I think a trailer has come out for it. The last one, I think.
And this is where I want to just explain things. That this is where I learn about films, because Mondo and Nigel and all of those sort of things know so much about films like Terrifier and Killer Clowns and all of this sort of stuff, right? Where I've heard the titles and never watched the films. So when they turn around and go, this is one to watch, it's called Terrifier, my ears, like, pick up. It's like, oh, right. So you're telling me you're new to horror. This is something that you might want to have in your back pocket. And if you see it, if you've got a chance to see it, go and see it. That's how I learn. And that's why I'm looking forward to, that's why I looked forward to hearing the review of Maxine from Mondo.
Yeah.
Which he did an exceptional thing on. And then I listen to what other people say, but I try and listen to the main ones first. I want to hear what Mondo says first, then Nigel, then probably Keith, and then I'll listen to some of the others, right? Because I'm not subscribed to everybody, but I'm subscribed to a lot. And I go, right, that's definitely something that I need to consider then.
I think this is a relatively.
I think what's going to happen with Terrifier is I'm going to actually see it before I hear any review. I'm actually going to, normally because it's horror, and I don't know too much about horror, I'll listen to what somebody says about it.
Yeah.
But I think in this case, I'm going to go in blank, and then I'll watch.
It's a relatively new series of films. Has it been going? I think it may have been going a year or more, because the first one seemed to come out, and then the second one was pretty quick, and then this is coming out. Did they say, I think, about October, something like that?
Yeah.
Because at one time I think they thought it was a Christmas thing because the trailer had a Christmas thing, but from what we're seeing, it's going to come out, I think, probably in October, something like that. But interesting to see. Now, Muckman movies. If anyone is at all interested, I put up my latest Steelbook video at weekend. Now, there's Mr. Steelbook over there. There you are.
Hey, I think you'll find that in my blog, I paused my blog for a moment, and when I came back, I said, Muckman's done another video of Steelbooks. And I said, he ought to be scared, because I'm telling you now, everything is in that collection that's going to be mine, right? Whether I've got it or not, I'll have a duplicate. I don't care. They're mine. He's going to find a big, huge gap on his shelves. and it'll say, "Steel books were here." now they're now owned at Delboy's place, and that's all it's going to have, a plaque that says that. But when it comes to that video, by the way, I loved it. He actually mentioned me in the video. I was honored for that. The videos, the steel books he's got, I think I've got a lot of them, but not all. And I'll tell you the reason why. I bought most of the Marvel Universe stuff with a slipcover, you know, because they were just normal Blu-rays at the time. There was no 4K, it was Blu-ray. And the choice was Blu-ray or 3D, or Blu-ray and 3D in the same case. When I actually eventually moved to Steelbooks, I think I bought the second edition of Steelbooks. So the Avengers Steelbook, the one that I've got, is a black one with a big capital A. When he was showing some of his Steelbooks, they looked like they were the Blu-ray editions. And I think I might have bought the 4K editions. Where he bought the Blu-ray, I bought the 4K, and I didn't realize they were two separate covers. So I think he's got some there that I haven't got. I know I've got the Fantastic Four one. I went, oh, well, I've got that one. And when he showed the Spider-Man ones, I went, well, no point showing me any Spider-Man one. You know, for a fact that I bought everything Spider-Man. I bought the Blu-ray one, the 3D one, I bought the slipcover, I bought the DVD, I bought the blue. You know what I mean? I bought a lot, right? I must have bought 8 versions of that film for every single one of them. Homecoming, No Way Home. Oh. I must have bought 8 or so editions of them, right? So it's the others that I was interested in, and he showed some cracking ones. He even showed a M. Shamadama Ding Dong Split, I think. He showed a cover of Split. I don't think I've got Split.
Oh, good film.
And he classed that as a superhero film. And who am I to ignore the fact that, yeah, that's a superhero film? Most superhero films that I talk about tend to be, they come from the Marvel and DC universe, or they've come from Image Comics, or they've come from that sort of thing. I you know, but you can't ignore the fact that there are other films out there that can be classed as superhero films, even though they don't come from the big studios. You know what I mean? Marvel doesn't hold the license on everything being called a superhero film, and DC, you know? So there we go.
Right. I done McMahon movies. Mr. Dan and Horror. I McMahon. Hey McMahon, sorry. Mr. Dan and Horror. I love Roxanne. Michael J. Pollard knocking out Damon Wayans is a highlight for me. Muckman movies. My boss was a dyslexic Yorkshireman. He wore a cat flap on.
Oh, bloody hell.
Oh, that old joke. What can I say?
Yeah, bloody tumbleweed going across the screen with that one. Jesus
oh, dear. On Ilkley by cat. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Tony. Yes. Simos, my favourite Steve Martin movie is Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid. Very clever, incorporating old movie clips.
Yeah. Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid. When that came out, I was so impressed. You've got proper Steve Martin doing a black and white. It's all done in black and white, by the way. And then they superimpose films like The Maltese Falcon, and he's answering questions.
Oh, right.
And they've rewritten the script. And I don't know if you remember, back in the day, Guinness did the same thing with Griff Rhys-Jones. Do you remember Mel Smith?
Oh, yes, yeah.
And they did these series of adverts where superimposed him, and he was opening a can of Guinness, but actually it was the Maltese Falcon bit where they're in the office of a private eye or whatever it is. That's what Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid is.
Oh,
that came out first. Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid came out first. And Guinness took that format and turned it into a load of Guinness adverts or John Smith adverts. I can't remember. It was a famous brand of beer anyway. So Dead Men Don't Wear Plaid doesn't get much recognition these days. but it was a cracker of a film when it came out. Cracker of a film. Yeah.
Tony York, never seen a Steve Martin film. It's funny, a bit like me. That what first Steve Martin film I saw that Delboy sent me. And Muckman movies. Oh, yes.
I suppose it is a surprise when you consider that he's now on TV with those murder mystery things, that there's murder in the building or whatever it is, and you got to remember that he's been in things like Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah,
so many people have seen that, and they probably won't even remember that he was in it.
Is he in that music?
He's the dentist.
Yeah, I've got a confession to make. I didn't really like the film that much. Some of the songs were okay, but it didn't. I don't know. Maybe I need to see it again.
And the first film I ever saw him in was the Muppet movie.
Oh wow, that's a bit better.
From 1977.
Yeah.
So you might have seen him without knowing it was Steve Martin, because he's been around for quite a while.
Yeah.
So
Sai says LA Story is an underrated Steve Martin film. I really enjoyed that. Have you seen that one?
Yeah, I mean, it's got Sarah some can't forgotten her name. She's in Sex and the City. Sarah.
Well, I don't know. I'm not seeing.
Anyway, it tells the story of Steve Martin's a weatherman. He's a weatherman in Hollywood.
Yeah.
And he loses his job because he pre-recorded a forecast to say, it's going to be sunny, it's going to rain at 3:00, at 3:30, the sun will come out, it's going to be bloody boiling hot and all that sort of stuff, right? And on that day, it poured with rain all day. Right? And it tells the love story between him and Sarah. I forgot Sarah Parker, Sarah Jessica Parker. That's it.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's set in LA, and it's called LA Story because it's more about everything that went on in LA rather than what was going on with these characters. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah.
From that point of view, it's a pretty lush film. It alienated a lot of people because they were expecting again something else from Steve Martin, not this type of film. But it is underrated, definitely underrated.
All right.
I would class that as an underrated film. Yeah.
Okay. Muckman movies. You need to see The Jerk, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels, and Bowfinger, Tony.
Yeah.
So I presume they're Steve Martin films.
The Jerk is 1979. Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is more like 1980 something or other. And Bowfinger is the opposite end of the spectrum. It's like 1997 or something. You're talking about really 15 years worth of films. And if you were watching them in that order, you would have seen a total change in feel for a Steve Martin film.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, these are all different. I tend to find if you watch a Steve Martin set of films all the way through in the order that they came out in, you would see this subtle change where he goes from manic to calming down to being more formulatic, to being a drama comedy, to being, and so forth. You would see, you watch those three films and you'd see stark differences all the way through it.
Steve Mull says, watched a John Candy movie that rarely gets talked about last night. Find the Lady. Have you heard of that one?
I haven't seen it. No.
I
like John Candy films.
Yeah. And Tony says, Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is a possibility, as I think it has Michael Caine in too. Yeah, if it has, I know what you mean. Michael Caine, we're in there.
Yeah, and Dirty Rotten Scoundrels is a remake, Ian. It's a remake of a 50s film.
Oh, right, yeah.
So it's a con man film. It's two con men trying to get making a bet against each other on who can rip off this well sort of like rich lady.
Yeah.
Right, and Dirty Rotten Scoundrel is it's a class film. Absolutely brilliant. Michael Caine out,
He's always good.
shoots it out the block, as far as
Yeah.
I'm concerned,
Yeah. Mondo Chalvet movies. Terrifier 3 is going to be mental at the cinema, Stephen. Yeah, everybody's getting really looking forward to that. And Stephen Moore says Mondo Chalvet movies. Smile 2 comes out in October as well. Yep, I'm looking forward to that. I love Smile 1. I know somebody who doesn't love Smile 1 night. She goes mad about it.
He does, yeah, he does. He talks about that one, doesn't he?
Mark Fletcher, watched a film called Sparrows Can't Sing on Talking Pictures, a 1963 comedy film full of names you would know. Oh, Brian Murphy, of course, we know him, was in it. And even at the age of 31, he was still playing an old man. Yeah, actually,
he's said that all his life, that he's always played older men, but just because of the way that he looks, he always put it down to the fact that he thought his hair was thinning and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah,
basically made him look older than he actually was. But there you
go. Yeah, the trailer looks good, Stephen. That's Mondo and Mondo Chalmet movies. Have you seen the film Time Crimes? Yeah, it comes out by Umbrella Entertainment on November 6th. I know we mentioned it earlier on, and I really love to see.
Hang on a minute. Hang on. Let's step back a minute. Have you paid for all these people to come into this room and talk time crimes, right? Because you mentioned it once last week, and all of a sudden the whole world is coming into your room. And, have you seen Time Crimes?
Well, I think it's
Australia and
Blu-ray release. I want to release, and then I get one, and it's blooming Australia.
I reckon these are paid for chatters in the room.
I think Umbrella should be sending me a complimentary copy. They should send me a complimentary copy. Where's my copy? I've been promoting this film. But there won't. There won't. Tony Hawk. Barbara Windsor is great in Sparrows Can't Sing. I'm fairly sure Blakey, Steve Lewis, wrote it. Really? He wrote the film.
I've heard of Sparrows Can't Sing.
I'm not. No, I've not heard of that.
No, I've heard of it. Wasn't it a '60s film? Wasn't it done when she was married to that Ronnie?
Oh, the criminal bloke.
Yeah, didn't she make that?
I don't know. But I didn't know that Stephen Lewis was a writer. That's interesting.
Oh, I think he wrote a number of. I think actually he's written a number of episodes of stuff, and then but basically he was a character actor, so basically he did mostly that.
Oh, right.
It's like anything, like later on in years you find that William Shatner isn't just Captain Kirk; he's executive producer on T.J. Hooker and all of this, and directs a couple and all of this. I think Stephen Lewis actually, like a lot of people like the Monty Python, they're actors, but they also wrote a lot of sketches. And
also, if a series goes on a long time, you often find sort of near end at series, the people behind the series will say, "Oh, yeah, you could write an episode or direct it," and maybe he wrote some on the buses episodes. I don't know.
Possibly, that's what I mean. I've got a box set. I'm not that much of an affiliate on the history of On the Buses.
But he could well have done, couldn't he?
Well have done.
Yeah. Other do directing as well, went to the cinema to see Twisters, Longlegs on Sunday, and had to shut my eyes halfway through Alien trailer because of too many spoilers. That is awful when they do that. You just wish they wouldn't do that.
I was so happy. I was so happy with the first trailer that they brought out for Alien Romulus because it was exactly 1 minute long.
Yeah,
and it showed you next to nothing.
Yeah,
and I went, "Oh, I said the difficulty that you've got now is that they're showing it so early that they're bound sure everybody's going to be crying out for when's the next
For another
Alien
one,
trailer?
yeah.
When's the next day? And the more they get closer to the film, the more they show bits of the film.
Oh, yeah.
I must admit, I would be a little bit like if Muckman and I were both in the cinema. I think we'd both be going, "Yeah, shut your eyes now."
Yeah.
And if I could close my ears, I would.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, yeah,
because I think Hollywood do go too far with their trailers.
yeah.
Sometimes.
I think it's better if they do just short trailers, really short ones, and hardly show anything from the film. Really,
Right.
hardly show
I
anything.
told you the old story, didn't I? That
Yeah.
my friend and went to see Austin Powers International Man of Mystery back in the day, and I went to see it, but I went at a different time.
Yeah.
And I asked him what he thought of the film, and he said, "Well, every single joke that was funny was in the trailer."
Yeah. Yeah.
And I went, "Yeah, to be quite honest, actually, that trailer was hilarious. It made me want to go and see it." To be quite honest, there are more jokes and there are more scenes, but at the end of the day, you're quite right. 90% of the good jokes were in the trailer.
Yeah, that's
so,
yeah.
What was there to see?
Yeah. Oh. Steve Moles, Monticello movies. A good slasher to check out. The Horde, 2016. It's Rambo meets The Hills of Eyes. Wrong Turn. Oh, I love Wrong Turn films. Oh, I could talk about Wrong Turn films for hours. But yeah. Well, I love that combination. Isn't that a great combination? Rambo, The Hills of Eyes, and Wrong Turn.
It gets you intrigued,
What a brilliant! I'd be excited. So
Slasher, Rambo, Hills Have Eyes. I mean, I've seen Hills Have Eyes. I've seen Rambo. I'm familiar with the slasher format because I have seen slasher films.
I'm going to write that down because it sounds so intriguing. Definitely.
The Horde.
Yeah.
Bloody hell, here's a first. Ian writing things down. Bloody hell.
Yeah, it gets worse. My memory. What memory? Yeah. No.
Yeah. How did you remember to have a pen and a bit of paper on before you got to this?
I don't know. I've got a pen here.
That's unlike you. What's going on?
Well, you write notes, don't you? You've got your pad with your notes on.
Yeah, but nobody's come up to me like they've come up to you and said, if you had another brain cell, it'd be lonely.
And yeah, that sounds really good. It sounds right up my street, as they say. And then we've got here Mondo. Never seen that one, Stephen. Stephen, I told Ian about Time Crimes literally morning after the live stream last week.
You did. You told me Ian, that that it was Muckman that told you about it.
Yeah, he sent this thing from Australia. I couldn't believe it. They must have been thinking, "Oh, well, just put that video out after that Yorkshire lads just put his review out," and they did.
But this is where I want to thank the community, because I think it's really good that people that do YouTube stuff want to help another YouTube person by telling them, "Hey, you might not be aware of this, but you can get this here. You can order this now, or don't miss the chance because in 2 weeks' time it's going to go up for pre-order." Those people that do things like that, I really have a respect for. The people that tell you after the film has come out, like, "Oh, you could have pre-ordered this, but unfortunately it's sold out." Well, thanks very much. If you'd have actually have told me about it, I'd have bigger appreciation. All you're doing there by saying that is showing off. "Oh, well, I've got mine secure, but tough luck, you lot."
Exactly. It's not fair, is it? Yeah, I agree. Totally.
And so, so I'm going to say, salute, Muckman. You get the no prize.
I think it was really. I mean, I really did. It was amazing you finding that and sending it.
Well, he gets the second. He gets the second no prize of the stream, I think.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, helpful. It's just it costs a lot of brass. That's the downside.
Yeah, can't give too many of them out. Yeah, they're like Olympic medals.
That sounds. I'll tell you something, John. You'll love Time Crimes. Yeah, absolutely. It's a gem. Spanish sci-fi, eh?
Spanish
Uh,
side.
yeah, among my movies, the prize put him off. Well, it would, wouldn't it? It you said the actual price isn't so bad. It's the postage from
No,
Australia
you,
that kills you.
when you factor in the postage, it comes.
Yeah,
So in other words, $75 doesn't sound too bad, and it's not because when you convert it to pounds, it's like 40 quid or that.
yeah,
Right?
yeah, yeah,
But then when you factor in how much Umbrella charge you for postage from their website, they're a bit like Arrow. They like charge like
yeah.
a minimum of 10 for international shipping.
At
You know, like
least, yeah.
15
And
for
then you've
international.
got your customs.
And then
On yeah,
if you're unlucky, you've also got to pay customs. Then
yeah,
basically, you may sound, yeah, but again, this is all Australian dollars. I go, yeah, but you add 30 quid and then you add 20 on top of that. It's then
yeah,
suddenly turned into 50 quid. And you're
yeah,
going for a film. And some people might turn around and say, so what? It's 50 quid.
yeah,
I,
yeah,
I, I, I'm starting to look at my life and go, I should only be paying 50 quid for something that I'm going to watch lots
yeah,
and lots and lots of times. And
yeah,
I shouldn't be using this FOMO thing, you know, this fear of missing
yeah,
out and buying stuff for 50 quid. And I haven't even seen the film. You
yeah.
know what I
Well,
mean?
yeah,
At the end of the day, I should have my head examined.
yes,
You know, I
yeah,
mean, it's stupid
yeah, yeah,
because all I'm doing really is just my bank balance is just going crazy.
yeah. But it's like anything. As I say to everybody, you have to work within your own budget, and
Yeah, you
that's
do.
what
Yeah.
it's all about. Your budget, and sometimes you just have to accept you can't get things that you might want, and then you just move on. That's what you've
Yeah.
got to do. That's a sad fact, but that's life, isn't it? It reflects how life is. Anyhow, sorry, I'm getting a bit too philosophical. Guys. Tony, buy X $75. Don't think so. I'll City. he knows. He knows the story. Steve Moss, Mugman Movies. He could save a bit each month from now till November. Then it wouldn't be a lot of money at all. $75 works out to £38 and a bit of change. Well, we've discussed it more. Okay, he may be right that I could start saving up for it, but life is, don't you? It's, you have to really want it. You'd have to be, it have to be essential, you know, definitely. When you think about it, £38 isn't bad, considering it's travelling from to the side of the world. I suppose you could argue that, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, Tony Oak, it's a nice addition. I don't know. Yes, it is a nice addition. Um, I've combined umbrella orders to get free delivery. Free delivery over 200 Australian dollars. Yeah,
That's an awful lot of Australian dollars, is what he's
it
saying.
is. That
Yeah,
is.
free
Yeah.
delivery.
I think Ian's a secret millionaire. I wish I was. Yorkshire second Arkwright counting his money. Oops. Oh, that plumbing. I know. Sorry, that the joke didn't go. Opening the till joke, always good. But yes, yeah. What can I say? Secret Millionaire. That was some TV series, wasn't it? Secret Millionaire. Yeah, something like that. By the way, Umbrella will likely release a standard edition of Time Crimes, which will be cheaper, usually around the $45 mark. £23 to you and I.
Yeah, yeah.
Now I'm suddenly a bit more. When does this um edition? Does it come out a few months later? How does it work?
I don't think it works like that, Ian. I think it's like, how do you know that they will do a cheaper one? Is it because the
Yeah,
first one sells really well and people are saying, well, I didn't really want the deluxe, I want this one, all of that sort of
yeah,
stuff. Maybe
Yeah.
they'll do that because worldwide they're thinking we're
Yeah.
only going to do the deluxe in Australia, but we'll do the
Yeah.
standard for the rest of the
Be-
world.
you know, at
Um,
that price, I could go on eBay, and I know some sellers, and I could get quite a good. It'd be
I've
a
taken
good deal
I
for
mean,
me. Yeah.
take that Martian Chronicles as a perfect
Yeah.
example. My Martian Chronicles had a lenticular cover when it was released for the world, and it was cheaper. It didn't have a
Yeah.
lenticular cover. Now, is that two different versions, or is it the fact that they actually did do a cheaper version, and that's the
Yeah.
version that's there?
Yeah.
Same film, different packaging. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah. So that's interesting. Anyhow, I'm think about all these things. I'll be looking at anyhow. We'll see. Um, never seen. This is Tony. Never seen a dead pool film. I'll get me coat. Hey, what do you mean you get your coat, lad? Hey. Si Robson, I've just found out that my local independent cinema is screening Zombie Flesh Eaters at the annual Halloween all-nighter. I can't bloody wait to see it on the big screen.
yeah.
I'm sure that's absolutely marvelous. An all-nighter. Have you ever been to an all-nighter?
I've been to a 48-hour horror fest
Ooh,
back in the
crikey.
80s and 90s. A few of my friends and me included used to go to what they call Fangoria events, and
Oh, Fangoria, the magazine.
they used to go
Yeah,
they used to hire a cinema out and do what they call a 48 or 72-hour horror-thon, you know,
yeah,
of all of these films that you haven't seen for a long time. They would be Texas
yeah,
Chainsaw Massacre and The Hills Have Eyes and all
yeah.
of these sort of things, zombie flesh eaters, and they would show them one after one after one with no break in between, and
Oh, wow.
when you bought the ticket, which was something like 50 quid or something back then,
Yeah,
you literally needed, I think, a lot of coffee, or what people were doing back then was probably taking speed or drugs or
yeah,
whatever to stay awake to say you saw them all, because there was no way that you could stay awake.
yeah.
You would be physically sick after 72 hours. You'd be going, I've got to get sleep.
And toilet breaks.
Body is
What
saying,
about toilet
oh,
breaks?
you've got no break where you're seeing the
Yeah,
sun.
yeah,
You're just seeing artificial light all the way for
yeah,
72 hours. I found them to be very dangerous things. It's like, has anybody actually
yeah,
done a case
yeah,
study where somebody has actually had their eyesight tested after looking at a projector light for only for 72 hours straight? And no sunlight in between. I mean, this is a dangerous thing, you know?
yeah,
So, yeah.
yeah. Well, I'm sure you're going to enjoy that song anyhow. You know, it's an experience, isn't it?
Yeah.
Um, Bookman movies. Wow, that'll be good. And Steve Moss, Cy Robson, one of my favorite zombie movies, mate. Yeah, it's a bit of a classic, isn't it? Steve Moss, I totally agree with you. Um, Mr. Dan and horror, an invasion of John Inman's would be a heck of a movie. God, John Inman. Well, Bookman movies. Civil War was great. Yeah, great film. Highly recommended to everybody. It surprised me because a lot of people have praised it as a film, and it was as good as the praise, if not better. Very good film. Um, it's my number 2 of 2024. I wonder what your number 1 is then. Yes, Steve Mills, Abigail is a good movie. It is a good movie. I agree. Um, but you know, I wouldn't say it's my favorite of the year, but it is a good movie. I totally agree. Abigail, it's a fun movie. Yeah, I think it's well put together. The acting, everything about it is good. Um, yeah, another good film to check out. Cobweb. Yeah. Um,
I've heard that being talked about
yeah,
before,
that's Blu-ray.
along with Long Legs and things like
Yeah,
that. You know?
Long Legs isn't out yet, I don't think. But Cobweb is out. I think you can buy it on Amazon. Um, I've got a digital copy of it, but that's it. I haven't bought it, but I might if I saw it, I would possibly pick that up. But Long Legs, I'm very interested in. I can't wait to look at Long Legs. The Holdovers is my number one of 2024. I've heard that mentioned a bit. I don't know much more about it though. Do you know more about the Holdovers?
I actually picked up the Holdovers on at HMV today and still didn't buy it.
Ah,
I keep meaning to buy it. It's got what's his name? Paul Gambiani or whatever his name is. The bloke from who was in the TV series Billions. He was in
all right.
and he's a famous character actor for mine because he was in that second president of America, John Smith, is it his name? Was he the second president of America? His name John Smith.
In historically,
Yeah.
yes, I think
Yeah,
you're
so
right. Yeah, yeah,
he was
yeah,
the second president. He was
yeah,
in the
yeah,
series from
yeah,
HBO. He was in
yeah,
that. Holdovers. I can still see the cover now. It's sort of like got him on the front with a family behind him. It's like a couple of people behind him. I
yes,
don't know
yeah.
too much about it, and everybody keeps that does talk about it, say what a great film it is.
They have
And
done, yeah.
to be quite honest, I keep going. I bet there's a steel book, and I still can't find a steel book for it.
Yeah,
And I saw it today, and I went, I still don't know too much about this film. I'll hold back.
yeah,
But I think I'm gonna have to buy it. I'm gonna have to bite the bullet because everybody keeps talking about how good it is.
yeah.
Everybody keeps talking. I haven't heard anybody say how bad it is. Take it like
No,
that.
I haven't heard anybody say anything bad about it. No. Um, Cyrus said, Late Night with the Devil is still my best film of the year so far. Yeah, a lot of people, as I said, do really love that film. It is a good film, but I don't think it's my favorite. I'm not sure where I loved it enough. I fell asleep while watching Cobweb. Yeah, it could well be. I don't remember it as being outstanding, but I think it was okay. I'd say I've got I haven't bought the Blu-ray. I know there's a Blu-ray of it. I didn't buy the Blu-ray. I watched Winnie the Long Time and Honey 2 last night. Best thing about it was Owl. I'll be honest, Stephen. I didn't like the first one, and it's not something that I'd want to revisit a sequel, to be honest. But yeah, have you seen those Winnie the Pooh movies?
I
The horror
think
one.
I've seen part of it because I think the first one, Winnie the Pooh, I think that's been on Sky now.
Oh right, yeah.
And I think I've
I
seen
thought it
yeah,
was
I think
awful.
I've seen the end of
Yeah.
it, but it's not one that I went. I want to see this.
No, it's
And and I might be wrong. I might be thinking of a totally different film, but I do remember seeing some cuddly toy type thing at the end, and they were all not by a grave. They were in a forest. I'm pretty
yeah,
sure it was that. I'm pretty sure it was.
yeah,
But I haven't. I have to put my hand up and say I don't think I've seen it, but I think I've seen bits of
yeah.
it.
This
And
second one
I've seen
sounds
enough. I've seen enough. Take it like
yeah,
that.
it's exactly. Honestly, I just didn't like it. A lot of people have talked how good it was. I didn't care about anything in the film. I just, I just didn't really like it. But there we are. Um, Ian Batchelor, evening, gents. Hello, Ian. Thank you for joining us. If you're still here, at Steve Moles, have
Oh
you
no!
seen that Pooverse Monsters Assemble is coming out in 2025? You must be joking.
Pooniverse Monsters Assemble.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Pooniverse. No, no, no.
Si, you're pulling
Yeah,
my plonker
I
out
don't.
over here.
Yes. Oh dear, what can you say? Um, Steve Moss, I watched Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2 last night. The best thing about it was Owl and Tigger. Yeah. And Muckman Movies, never heard of it. Yes. And Sarah also laughed out loud. Steve Moss, Friday Night at Freddy's is bad. Yeah, I've heard of that. I thought the Banana Splits movie and Willy's Wonderland were bad, but this beats both of them, really. Yeah, so, yeah, I can understand.
I have seen Five Nights at Freddy, and it is
Friday Night at Freddy's absolutely no interest in that film at all. It
well,
just sounded appalling.
it's based on a video game.
Exactly. Yeah.
But that doesn't. But then again, some video games actually do turn out well. It's amazing how Resident Evil, when the first film came out, actually wasn't too bad a film. It got worse as the
Yeah.
series went on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody slated Silent Hill, but everybody is now going back to looking at Silent Hill now that there's a remake coming out, and going back to that film and going, do you know what? That weren't a bad film.
Yeah.
Right? And I think a lot of people are retrospectively doing this now and going,
Yeah.
why did we slate this? Actually, I think what you have to remember is we slated it because at the time there was so much other stuff around that was so much better. We've gone through a phase now of so much crap that's come out.
Yeah.
We long for those type of crap films to come out because they're so much better than what we've seen just recently.
Apparently, Willy's Wonderland is really bad. Nicolas Cage doesn't say a word in the film, and he's in it. It's a payday for Nicolas Cage. It's so bad. That's what impression I get from it.
Yeah.
You know? And Banana Splits, I remember they did this horror version. What can I say? Yeah. McMahon says, has anyone seen Chuck Steele, Night of the Trampires? It's like the TV show Sledgehammer. Do you know, I remember Sledgehammer, but in the stop motion style of Wallace and Gromit. It's hilarious. Yeah. It's funny because late night, I remember they used to show Sledgehammer, and that was a brilliant spoof program, a police thing, wasn't it? It was so funny. What can I say? That sounds interesting. A combination. Have you heard of that?
No.
No. New to you? Yeah.
I know Sledgehammer.
Yeah, you remember Sledgehammer? Yeah.
Yeah. But Chuck Steele, Night of the Trampires. I can't say I've seen that.
No. Steve Mills, Thanksgiving and Jester are good movies. Yeah, I like Thanksgiving.
I've seen.
The Jester, I don't know.
I haven't seen Jester.
No, I haven't. Thanksgiving, yeah, it was Thanksgiving was good. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Steve Mills, Immaculate and Stop Motion too. Oh.
Those are on top of Thanksgiving and Jester.
Yeah.
Are good movies. Immaculate and Stop Motion. Yeah.
Right. Has anyone seen the Turd Fest Night Swim?
Nigel has.
Yeah, I have. I'm going to get shot.
That's about that swimming pool, isn't it?
Everybody meant.
That's about that swimming pool, isn't it? That's about that swimming pool.
Everybody goes mad about it and says it's like that, a turd fest. And I've seen a lot worse. Honestly, I've seen a lot worse films.
Yeah, but would you be upset if you spent £13 to go to the cinema to see it?
Well, yeah, I wouldn't go to the cinema to see it.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
If I see that cheap on physical media, I've got the download of it, then I might think, oh, it's only a couple of pounds or so. I might just.
But what I'm trying to get at what I'm trying to get at is that film is classed as a AAA. Let's put it out in the cinemas release.
Yeah, and it was
and what I'm trying to say is, if you'd have spent £13.50 to go and see that film, would you be saying it's a turd fest or not? And I think you probably would do, because you'd probably go, well, it weren't that bad, but £13.50, give me a bloody
yeah, I get your point. Yeah, and I think didn't Nige not say it was nearly falling asleep or something? It was that bored with it. A lot of people were bored with it.
Nigel is a great barometer on a lot of things. I don't agree with everything he says, but what I'm trying to say is if he turns around and says, oh, then I basically do keep my eyes open and go,
Yeah.
hey, maybe he's right. I
Yeah.
haven't seen it myself, but
Well,
there's an indication here that I might not like it because we so agree on so many other films. Do you know?
yeah.
There'll be the odd one where I'll go,
Yeah.
"What? Why
But
did you slide that off?"
I haven't heard hardly any good reviews of it. Everybody was
Not
slagging
me.
it off. So I went in with low expectations, and I quite enjoyed it in a way. I didn't think it was as bad as people said, because it was like, you can't have a haunted swimming pool. It's daft. It's stupid. It's ridiculous. But in a way, in context that film and how the ending was and the healing bit, I thought it was all right, But I'm not saying it's the greatest film ever, but I think, on reflection, I went into it with low expectations, and my expectations went up. I didn't think it was quite as bad as people had made out, but that how it is with films. We all have different opinions, and that's what it's all about. Yeah, all different opinions. Mark Fletcher, The Boys and Invincible are the perfect antidote to all the bad superhero films. I don't know how they get away with what they show, but I'm glad they do. Um, I did see the original series of The Boys, but I've not seen this new one. Um, I don't know. Have you seen The Boys?
But it's a
Phil?
series that's now in like its second or third season, I think now.
Yeah,
It's one of those things where I've got a condition at the moment which makes it difficult for me to watch things without falling asleep or getting blurry vision. And I find the hardest thing for me to do is to watch a 10 episode, series of something.
yeah,
So I'd like to say I have, but I can only tell you that I've watched the first 2 episodes and thought it was very intelligent. What I will tell you is that The Boys is based on a comic book. It is coming from the comic universe. So it is nice that they've picked on something that they've turned highbrow. Do you know
yeah,
what I mean? Because it's not your typical. It's not like like a typical superhero spandex,
yeah.
climbing on walls, all of this sort of stuff. We are talking quite gory, not gory, quite graphic
Yes, yeah,
nature,
yeah.
and quite in depth in regards to its psychology behind it.
Mm,
And so many people have turned around and said it's intelligent writing, and I'd turn around and say, yeah, it is.
yeah,
So it's not a typical, spy superhero
yeah,
with
yeah,
everything going everywhere. And from
yeah,
that point of view, it's quite thought provoking. Yeah.
yeah. Oh, that's good.
And I'm looking forward to being able to get
Yeah,
my operation done, and for me to correct half of these
to
problems that I've.
watch a lot of these great things.
No,
Yeah,
nobody. I can tell you now, nobody would like this condition where you can't sit down and watch a 2-hour film without falling asleep by the
yeah,
first
yeah,
by closing of the first hour of the film,
yeah,
and that's what
yeah.
happens with me. And I have to then rewind and then watch that
And
point
go
again,
back. Yeah,
and then it rewind to that point until I get to the end, and then I've watched the film and I watched it with 3 bits, and
yeah.
it's not the same as watching it all the way
No,
through.
no.
You know? When I go to the cinema, it's weird. It doesn't happen as often. It has happened, but I think it's because there are people around me, and I'm scared that if I fall asleep, I'll snore.
Yes, that's a good point.
It makes me go, I'm going
Yeah,
to stay
yeah,
awake. I'm going to stay awake. I'm
yeah,
going to stay awake. When I'm at home in a reclining chair watching a 55-inch screen, I'm just basically asleep.
yeah. Off you go. Yeah, yeah. Um, let's see. Si says, Mark Fletcher, have you seen Gen 5? It's a spin off of The Boys. It's decent. Yeah, I think I have heard of that,
I've heard
but
of it.
I've not seen it. Yeah. Um, and Stephen Miles says, a great superhero movie that doesn't get talked about, Defender, starring Woody Harrelson.
I must admit, I haven't heard of that one.
I've not
Defendor.
heard of it. No.
Defendor. I haven't heard of that. The Defenders. I've heard of that, but not
Yeah.
Defendor. No.
Yeah. Um, M. Night Shyamalan's new film, Trap, looks good. Yeah, I thought it looked good. And now I'm really hoping that it is good because, I was so disappointed with his daughter's film, really. So I'm looking forward to that. Yeah. I think is that out next month? I think it could be. Oh, mind you, we're it's August, isn't it? Tomorrow, so yeah. Cy Robson, yes, I've seen Gen 5. Love the girl who has to throw up to shrink. The only character that seems genuinely nice. All the rest are a bit despicable. Oh. And Jim Jam Movies and TV, the video is now up. There you are. He's got a video up of him and Delboy in Birmingham, I think.
Yeah, I'm wondering how badly I come across. That's all.
I've only ever been to Birmingham once, I think, and that was to see Kate Bush. There you are. Um, good evening, Ian and Del.
You
I've
know what
just
you
been
just said?
watching,
Hang on. Did you hear what you just said? I
and
think
I
I've
just
only been
slipped it
to.
in. I
I
just
think
thought, just thinking,
I think I've only been to Birmingham once, and I think it was to see Kate's Bush.
yeah. Oh, Kate Bush. Yeah, I thought just.
And then you said something about slipping it in. I think you're disgusting.
Yeah, it is. I know people's minds nowadays. You can't. I don't know. Bayek. Ooh, matron. Yeah. Anyhow, I can't do that very good impression. Uh, good evening, Ian and Del. I've just been watching your day out video. Keep watching Jim Jam because he knits things with a great line. Oh.
That's something I said. Yeah, I said keep watching Jim Jam because he nicks things.
Uh,
When it was supposed to be keep watching him because
sounds
he's a
good.
great.
Steve's Gaming. 8 copies of the same film. Dell, I think you
Yeah.
need some kind of help. Yes, that's like buying the same game 8 times just because it's in different coloured boxes.
Yeah, but hang on just a minute.
Kind
Just
of
hang on just a minute.
understand where
What,
you're
what,
coming
what you
from.
have to what you have to understand with that is, I've mentioned it many times before. Marvel to stop going bankrupt decided to do variant covers. So they did a Spider-Man issue 1, and then the following week they did a second printing with a different cover, and then they did a third printing with a different cover. Same insides, different covers. And because you're a collector, you have to buy them all because you can then say, I've got a full run, including the variant covers, right? It is net. We went into No Word of a Lie, Forbidden Planet today, Jim Jam and I said, the comic industry has not changed. Look, if you look up there, look, you'll see there's something there called Spider Boy or Spider Woman or something. Have a look. It's the same number comic, Spider Woman 4, Spider Woman 4, Spider Woman 4. It's 4 different covers. It's the same comic, but 4 different variant covers. And if you're a comic collector, you buy all 4. If you're just somebody that wants to read the book, you buy one of them. You don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Right? But a collector buys all the covers because one of those covers is going to be worth something because they only made so many of them. You know, there'll be one of those covers will be 1 in every 25.
Yeah.
So in other words, the comic book shop owner had to buy 25 normal edition versions to get the 1 variant cover. That's what they call a 1 in 25 ratio. And there are things like 1 in 50, 1 in 100, etc., etc. And who in their right mind in this day and age can a comic shop owner buy 100 copies just to get 1 variant cover?
Yeah.
Right. And when he sells that to the customer, he's got to turn around to you and say, I had to buy 100 editions costing $1.99 each to get this one. So you're going to have to give me £100 for it because that's how it's cost me that many books to get that issue.
Yeah.
Right. That is the collector's dilemma. And unfortunately, it's there with Steelbooks, I mean, I'm sure I've shown you there were 2 copies of Dune. There was a HMV cover, there was a Amazon cover, there was Oppenheimer, a HMV cover, an Amazon cover. Ghostbusters came out. There was a Zavi one and there was a HMV one. 2 different covers, and people go, "Oh, Ghostbusters, that's my film," and say, "Well, I'll have to buy both covers then, because I've got to have all the Ghostbusters and I've got to have all the covers because it's my film." You know, that's me as a collector. So when you say 8 copies of the same film, I think you need help. Yeah, I do. That's like buying the game 8 times just because it's in different colored boxes. That's exactly what it is. The same game, the same tape, with only difference being one's in a yellow box, one's in a red box, one's in a blue box. And basically those different colored boxes are limited edition. So in 15 years' time, you're hoping that somebody hasn't got a blue case edition, you know, of this tape. That's all you're hoping for. And I'm saying to you, people who are in the comic book industry have known this for 30 years. 30 years.
Right. There we are.
Yeah, I can see you're interested in that. Yeah, move on.
Yeah. Jim Jam Movies and TV. It's great. You both got Narnia set. Yeah. Really grand. So we'll be seeing that on the video, will we? Yeah. Jim Jam, your video is at the top of my recommendations. YouTube must be pushing it. Wow, there you are. So it will pop up. Stephen Moles, Man Thing needs a Blu-ray release. There you are. Stephen Taylor, Ian, you're a big fan of, I presume that's Batman.
Yeah.
Do you prefer the Adam West version of Batman, which had more comedy elements to it, or the more serious film versions of recent years? My head will say that the more recent film serious versions of recent years, but my heart always says the Adam West one. It's just because I think it's just pure nostalgia. That there can't be any other reason for it. And it was something so 60s, the way it is, the over the topness of it, the guests, the amount of people who appeared in Batman queuing up to, phenomenal. So that has to be it. But yeah, I do like them serious versions. But my heart is always with the 60s because it was part of my childhood. At school, that's all we were talking about, with Thunderbirds and Batman or Thunderbirds and Daleks, of course. So yeah, we had 3 sort of iconic things we were talking about as a little boy, and that's how it is. Yeah. I don't know what Batman means to you because I know you're a Spider-Man person.
No, well, I don't think you have to look at this from being a Batman question. I think what you have to ask yourself is, why can't you like both?
Yeah.
There doesn't have to be a preference. I mean, I remember seeing Batman as a kid with Adam West and the shark repellent bat spray and all this sort of stuff, right? Loving it. I can't imagine the Batman of today being made in the 60s. It wouldn't, you couldn't have a dark series or a dark film like that. It would not work. Batman needed to be a family thing, something that all the family could watch. You know, there would be no blood, the fighting would all be with schlong and bang and smack and all of this sort of stuff. That's what made it work. You know what I mean? As we have understood stories and how psychological these comics have been, we've accepted the dark undertone of them all. I mean, Bruce Wayne is a dark tale. You know, his parents shot in front of him. You know, the character of the Joker was therefore created by actually Bruce Wayne and became his arch
Yeah.
nemesis. That's very, very dark. You know, the fact that he was scared of bats, he confronted his horror of bats and turned into a bat himself. That's
Yeah.
the same as Craven's story that I told you about, where Craven said the only way that he could defeat Spider-Man was to become Spider-Man.
Yeah.
So that's what he did. That storyline is a very psychological storyline. You wouldn't have that in the 60s Batman.
No.
You know what I mean? So I like them both. I like the comedy ones. I like the serious ones.
Yeah.
I don't think there'll ever be a time where somebody will say you've got to choose one or the other.
Yeah.
Ever in my life.
Yeah.
You can have one of those mythical questions that says you're on a desert island and somebody turns around and says you can only watch the new Batman or the old one. Which one?
Yeah.
Well, I'll turn around and say bugger that island then.
I mean, I remember going to cinema to see, Batman with Jack Nicholson as Joker, and I just was blown away by it. That was just one of those things, and you thought, "Wow, Batman like this, totally different." Because you'd not see it, there's been nothing else in terms of film, and then that came along, and you thought, "Wow, it's amazing, absolutely amazing." And of course, it's even that is not as dark as it becomes in the trilogy. The trilogy, of course, is even darker. But that was such a big step forward, seeing that Batman. Fantastic. With Michael Keaton, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just amazing to see that. Absolutely loved it. Yeah. But yeah, as you say, why can't you not love them all, in different ways? Yeah. And then Simos, the two Batman serials are good. And of course, there's all the animated world of Batman, isn't there? They've been a success. They sell well. All the animated series.
Batman's been going on. Batman's been going on for years and years and years. He's been around since the 40s. He's been around since the 40s. Detective Comics. It's where it came from. DC is Detective Comics.
Yeah,
it was before Superman, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I think.
But it's good that animation sells. I think that's good. I think that's really good.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen so many incarnations of Batman. I've seen Adam West voiceover the 1970s Batman. I've seen Hanna-Barbera do Batman. I've seen, I've seen all these different animation groups, and I've seen the latest, even the latest like sort of Batman ones that are done for like Boomerang and all the Nickelodeon card stuff like that. And of course, he's also been done as an animated character in the cinema. There was Batman Mask of the Phantasm or something like that. That was a cinema release. That was a cinema release.
Oh.
So as I mean, so this was at a time where Batman fever was around. It was a huge thing, Batman fever.
Yeah. Anyone else having trouble seeing Ian when he leans back? His T-shirt makes it blend into the sofa. Oh yeah, I suppose it's this. Yeah, you can just see Kirk, Spock, and McCoy on there. But yeah, I wish this could reduce, but I don't know how to do it. But there we are.
No, you can't. I don't think.
Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. At Mark Fracture, I was just going to say that. Yes. Look, there's my T-shirt. You see it a bit more. There you are.
Yeah, but what they're saying is it blends in with your sofa.
Yeah.
Somebody should have mentioned to you before you went live that bloody T-shirt is not the ideal T-shirt to have with that bloody sofa that you've got.
Stephen Miles, great minds, etc. Yeah.
Hey,
And,
what's happened? What's happened to the ring at the doorbell and your son having his dinner and that? What's going on here?
oh well, he's already had his dinner, I think. Yeah, yep, he's already had it. He's not working late at all today, no.
No.
Stephen was at Mark Fletcher. Um, Stephen was. I'm looking forward to seeing Nosferatu. Should be good. That's getting a lot of mentions. It has been all year. So it'll be interesting to see how well that is going to be received. I would imagine, from what I've heard, people are going to be very happy with it. I think. I say that, you never know, do you? Turning out controversial subject. Like slipcover or no slipcover. Personally, I can take them or leave them, but do appreciate different artwork. But what's the point if it's exactly the same as on the inner sleeve? That's an interesting point. Yeah, definitely. I think with slipcovers with me, I love having the slipcovers if they're there, but I don't go mad if I get a film and it hasn't got a slipcover. I just think, oh well, it's not got a slipcover, and it's all about the film. I always say that when I come back to that. But yes, it is nice to get one, and I'm not going to pay. Is it £8 or £9 on eBay to get the slipcover? I know that may sound a bit tight, but um, it's quite a bit of money to pay just for a piece of cardboard art. But if you're into slipcovers, I can understand it. There is people who like to have everything in a certain way, on the shelves displayed in that way. That's fine if you're into it. But for me personally, I do like having them, but I'm not going to go mad if there isn't one. That's
Well,
my
I made my little joke to you, didn't I? I said I went
yeah,
into. I've been into several chat rooms now. Slipcovers keeps coming up as a question, like about
yeah,
slipcovers.
yeah,
I said I think I've worked it out now. A film fan, it's all about it's all about the film.
yeah,
To a collector, it's all about the slipcover,
yeah,
and it was a joke. But at the end of the day, I truly believe that there are some people now, and they've got and they're quite right to do this, that will turn around and say, I am not buying that film because I know that somewhere else you get a slipcover, and in this country or whatever it is, you don't get a
yeah,
slipcover. And I've got a collection of films, 5 or 6 in this series of films, and I don't like the fact that 4 of them have got slipcovers and the other 3 don't. It looks bloody stupid on my shelves. The thing about it comes for me is that I don't know where the idea of the slipcover came from, because when I was buying Blu-rays, they were just Blu-rays were in a blue case with a
yeah,
plastic cover to a piece of paper that showed you the artwork, right?
yeah,
There weren't any cardboard sleeve, and then all of a sudden people were talking about cardboard sleeves. I
yeah,
don't know whether that came about at the same time as steel books.
yeah. What
I've
is
no,
the That's a good question. Does
I've
anybody
no,
know what the
I've no idea.
origins are?
I've no idea.
Yeah,
But then somebody turned around to me and said, slipcovers are made for the first 1,000 production run, and then I turned around and said to that, possibly that was in the early days. I don't know, but
mm,
I've seen slipcovers on every single every single
yeah,
edition of certain films, and even in this country and in America, it
mm,
comes all ways with a slipcover.
yeah,
I know that there are editions like that. I don't know where it comes
yeah,
from. I've seen so many Facebook pages that go,
yeah,
I don't even give a shit about
yeah,
the slipcover. In fact, I tear
yeah.
that off and I put it
I've heard some people
away.
throw them away. Yeah,
And then I've seen others that turn around and say, "Don't do that. Give them to me because I sell them for £2.35 each."
yes.
And I'm going,
And of
"What?"
course, people are making reproductions and selling them for under a tenner, aren't they? Which to
And
me is a lot
I
of
will,
money.
I will,
But
and
if you really love it, you want the slipcover, don't you? And I suppose
I
you'll
will,
pay a tenner.
I will never poo-poo a person because of the slipcover thing.
Yeah.
You know, if a slipcover is so important to you,
Yeah.
thumbs up to you, because I tell
Yeah.
you what, steel books are important to me, and
Yeah.
people come up to me and go, "You're mental," and I
Yeah.
go, "I'm sorry, it's just the way I
Yeah.
am. I like the look of a steel book.
You see, my logic
It's look."
is I love um the slipcover, but you know, if you're paying 30 quid for a 4K without a slipcover, which a lot of people will say, well, you should be getting a slipcover. Am I going to buy for another £10 the slipcover? Because effectively that makes your 4K 40 quid.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
and that's a lot of money. To
I
me,
think
that
what
is overpriced.
I think what most people do is
Overpriced.
they look on the forums and they find out that in America it always comes with one, and in Britain it doesn't. So you just order the American one. I think that's
Yeah,
what people do. And then
yeah,
for others, it's like it'll come up on eBay one day. I'll
yeah,
buy it from there.
yeah. Well, people
Um,
do make them to order, don't they? They'll
yeah,
say, "Oh, have you got a slip cover for this?" And they'll
yeah, but
make.
at the end of the day, I don't know why people do that.
Yeah,
I do and I don't. I know that Mondo has done a couple of videos where he's got a guy that does it for him, and
yeah,
he's
that's
done
right.
custom
Yeah,
ones, and I
yeah,
just wonder to myself that and I've got I've got no qualms that this isn't the truth. He does it because
yeah,
he wants it to look good on his shelves. But
yeah. I see that. Yeah,
I can
yeah.
imagine from a collector's point of view, somebody else would turn around and say that offers no value whatsoever because it wasn't a production
But
cover.
it doesn't matter.
You
Doesn't
know,
matter.
do you see what I mean?
Yeah,
So
I see that. Yeah,
I think Mondo does the right thing. He does it because
yeah.
he wants it,
That's right. No,
and that's the whole point, and
yeah,
that's
yeah,
where I think a film fan is still a film fan that wants a
yeah,
slipcase that
yeah,
comes into it, because just I mean at the end of the day, I made that flippant remark. You know, a film fan is a person who, it's all about the
yeah,
film. A collector is all about the slipcase.
yeah,
Because I think that fits a certain type. Do
yeah,
you see what I mean? But I do also know that it irritates me. I'm an
yeah,
OCD person.
yeah,
I
yeah,
hate I hate having 4 editions in this format and 2 editions in this format.
yeah,
It does my nut in.
yeah,
You know what I mean? I don't like
yeah,
it. I like them all to conform. It's just how would
yeah,
you like a set of Enid Blyton books that were 95% first editions and the last 5% just happened to be
yeah.
second
The
editions, right?
collector's
You're
bit. Yeah,
going, oh no, I want them all to be the first editions because then
yeah,
they're all conform. These ones have got different
yeah,
covers, different spines, oh, like this.
yeah,
It's exactly the same thing.
yeah.
But anyway, I think we ought to move on because I mean that is a complex.
It is. Yeah, we have covered it before, but it's an interesting subject, and it's one that'll come up again. I know.
Yeah.
I will. Do either of you like any music artists that have only been around for the last 5 to 10 years? Interesting. Hmm.
If it had said 15 years, I'd have probably said yes, but 5 to 10, I think there's a no.
Um.
I'm not sure that there's been an act that's only been around 5 or 10 years that I've actually like. Oh, I don't know. Who's that one that does the track Blinding Lights? The Weekend. They're called Weekend. I think they've
Oh
only been
yeah.
around 5 or 10 years.
Um.
Yeah. There is one then.
I quite like Birdie. She's quite good. Um. And she, I think, might fit into that 10 years one.
Well, just remember that's 2014.
Oh, yeah, yeah. She may well be before that as well. Now.
But I mean,
It's time. You start to lose a sense of time. Yeah. I mean, I know people probably would laugh at me.
that's why I purposely stated. I said if you'd have said
Yeah,
15 years, I'd have probably have said
yeah,
yeah. There
yeah.
is 5 or
People,
10. That's the tricky
yeah.
one. I'm not quite
I
sure.
think people would laugh at me, but I don't mind Dua Lipa's first album. I think it's not bad. There's some good, really good. It is the pop music kind of music that she makes, but
Yeah.
she's actually good at it, and I appreciate that, and that's why she sells stacks of records. Um, I'm not saying it's my total favorite, but I do appreciate it. I do actually have the first album because I thought there is a lot of good songs on there. But generally speaking, I know what that question is implying, and I kind of agree that it is. I don't. What it is there probably is. I could probably, if I started to dig around, but you don't really have time, or you've got time, you probably could find some new artists who are good singers, good musicians that you actually could like. But it's I tend now, as I'm getting older, more stuck in my ways, and I tend to be listening to older music, music that isn't now. Um, but that's just life, really, how it is. But there are people who can keep up with it, and I'm never going to say, oh, it's crap. There will be some good music around. I'm sure there are groups and singers that are working hard that perhaps we don't know enough about, because don't forget the charts, or whatever they are nowadays, download charts, they don't represent, they only represent that. They're not the whole world of music. Music artists who are just going around doing the concerts, they have the followers who buy their albums. Musicians are the same. These are people who just do what they do and making a living out of it and enjoying it. So I think the days of concentrating on the charts are very different nowadays. I mean, who knows? I doubt hardly anybody's even interested in the charts anymore. I really doubt it.
Well, you don't mix in the
They
circles
could
that
they
talk
could
about
probably
it.
get rid of it now.
Yeah, but you don't talk. What I'm trying to get at is that you probably don't mix in the circles where it's being discussed.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't. I don't talk to anybody at work. When I'm at work and we're talking about normal things, the charts
yeah,
rarely come up.
yeah. And
We'll
you
be
remember
talking
when
about.
at one
We'll
time
be.
it would have
We'll,
done?
we'll be
Yeah,
talking about the Olympics. We'll be talking
yeah,
about the cricket, the
yeah,
football, the tennis,
yeah.
all of that sort of stuff. But we
But
won't
it's
say.
we're older.
We
We're
won't
older.
say. We
Yeah,
won't talk naturally on TV and say, "Oh, I watched
yeah,
this music program the
yeah.
other day, and it was about the artist Dua Lipa or whatever her name is."
Everything's
Won't-
changed,
It,
hasn't
it
it?
won't, it
It's
won't come
changed.
up.
Yeah, of course it's changed. I mean, Glastonbury would have given her a bit wider publicity. I mean, she wasn't a headliner because, oh, let's put her as an headliner, because she's very successful at what she does.
Yeah.
And that's why she was there.
I'm just gonna get another drink. You carry on.
Yeah. Um, but to be honest, I am more out of touch. But I think it takes effort and time to find out. There is I'm sure, a lot of good musicians. Sometimes I'm on Facebook and people pop up and you think, oh, then I've never heard of them, and they sound really good. There is a lot of people who make a living just as musicians and singers. Um, the charts don't matter anymore, really. It's a different world. The established artists now have to make their money doing live shows. Live shows is where all the money is to be made. And that's why a lot of artists think, oh, right, we'll do a big live tour, you know, and that's where the money is. It's live music that people will pay to go and see them live. That's it. That's where the money is. And artists know that it's the only way that they can make money now. Um, Download charts, they don't really matter anymore. I don't think so. You know, it's the way we look and consume things, like with films, physical media. It's all across the board. It's across the board, everything like that. And music is like that. Um, right, Stephen Moles. Yes, I just hope they keep his classic look and don't mess it up too much. Oh, that's the Nosferatu, I think. Yeah, I'm sure they will keep the classic look. I think they're bound to. Um, Tony Hawk, I've noticed with a lot of new movies coming out, they don't add a slipcover. It must be saving money. It could be as well, yeah. Or as Delboy said, they do a very limited run of the slipcover, and a lot of shops like HMV may not get them. They may not actually get them in stock.
Well, I can't quite remember which boutique label it is, but I'm pretty sure that one of the ones was it Shock, whatever it is. I've forgotten what they call themselves, whatever it is. They had a sale on, and if you wanted to buy a particular edition, it said we've still got in stock the non-slip cover, but the slip cover's sold out. Right, which seems to indicate to me that certain boutique labels definitely do a limited run with slipcover, and it's it's part of their marketing and pricing strategy.
Yeah, I think that's right.
I don't know. You see, this is where it comes into the weirdness.
Yeah,
I don't know whether Paramount, as a distribution, limit their runs with slipcovers. I've heard some people turn around and say they do that, but that it's because they've done a distribution deal with Walmart or Better Buy.
Yeah.
So this is a Better Buy exclusive with slip.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's when you get into this. I bought the slipcover one, and I haven't bought the slipcover one, and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Because you bought it from Walmart, you didn't buy it from Better Buy, and all of this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Right? That makes sense.
Yeah.
But it's I think it's confusing, probably because I just don't know enough. I just don't know enough about the system. I really don't. I don't even know where it came from.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
did
it start off with DVDs? Did it start off with Blu-rays? How back does this go? Slipcovers.
That's an interesting point. Yeah. Anyhow, I'll better move on with questions. Tony Hawk says, Stephen, I've seen some people say they throw them away. I wouldn't go that far. I do keep them on. Yeah, I'm saying I would never throw them away.
It's everybody's anybody's decision. There's some people who turn around and say, I keep the J cards.
Oh, I don't like the J cards.
Wrap around piece of
I fold them up and stick them in the thing.
But you don't throw. But what I'm trying to say is, you haven't then thrown it away, have you? You've kept it. Right?
Yeah, I folded it up and put it in.
All I'm saying is, there's some people that say, "What a load of crap! Get rid of it." Right? There are other people that go, "Oh no, you can't do that. You got to sell it with that. You know, so it's complete. You know."
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can't sell them like that. You're right. You've got a point there. Yeah. And CEX won't take them. If you're going to CEX without any barcode, that's it. You're done for.
Oh, right, because they can't put it in their system. Yeah. They're not going to generate another one. Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Simon says, it doesn't bother me. I don't care if I get a slipcover or not. I understand. Really.
And that's what I mean. Sometimes it's good to have a healthy respect of look at it, things like that. It's about the film. Do I care?
Exactly. Muckman, with regard to slips, I can take them or leave them, Tony, but I do quite like them as it obscures the Blu-ray plastic, which I think looks cheap. I know some people don't like the Blu-ray plastic, do they?
Yeah.
It's all individual taste. It really
I can see that. Yeah.
Simons, The Horde 2016 was released over only on DVD in the States. There is a Blu-ray DVD media book from Germany. Yeah, Germans seem to do a lot of these media books. What annoys me most, this is what my movie is that a standard Amaray case gets a slip, but a steelbook, more often than not, gets no slip to protect them from dents and scratches.
Yeah.
I think that's a good point. Very good point. Yeah.
Like I said, I've had to buy the majority of my steel books don't come with a plastic cover. Only the most expensive versions do. I've had to go to places like Steelbook Central or whatever it is, and buy packs of 10 for $3.99 or whatever it is, and that means that they've cost me like 50 pence each, and that's 50 pence on top of the actual price of what I bought them at. And the only thing that you get with a steel book is just the cellophane that covers it, and etc., etc., etc. It is. It's supposed to be a premium format. That's what it was marketed as, Steelbook. It was like there is this tier system. We've got our standard one, we've got our deluxe one, and we've got this super deluxe Steelbook one. And that's where I was then going when I was buying my Steelbooks. I wanted to have the deluxe one, right? The super deluxe one. Now it's, if you're buying Twister, you've got no choice but to have a steelbook. You ain't even got any choice other than to have a steelbook. There isn't going to be a standard version of it. That's it. And that means that the choices are being taken away from you.
Yeah, Disney are doing it with those TV series. All those TV series have all been released on a steelbook. No standard edition. I
think that actually that's come purposely, because I think they did a forum on that. They actually did a survey of, if we were to bring these out, would you want them in standard covers or would you want them in steelbook? Because it is Disney Plus's premium line, and from a premium line, they want to put them in a premium packaging point of view.
Yeah, I can see that.
We're talking about now Star Wars and Marvel, two big, huge, I will mention it because it's correct. Franchises. Marvel is a franchise, so is Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to say is that they bought them for billions off of Lucas and off of, from all of their contracts that Marvel did. So they set up their streaming services specifically as a Marvel thing and a Star Wars thing. They branded it that way. So when they're coming out with a physical media, they're going, that's going on our premium line. That's why if you look at it, out of the last 15 discs that they brought out, the only one that doesn't fit into is that Prey. That film Prey.
That came out on
only on Steelbook, as far as I know, and that is a film and doesn't fit in with Marvel and doesn't fit in with and actually is only a Steelbook release. I think that's the only one that actually you were given no choice, but I'm not sure.
I've got Prey on Blu-ray, and it was. I think it even got a 4K release.
Yes, but was it a steelbook?
4K, yeah.
Is it a steelbook?
No, it's not a steelbook.
Oh, well, there you go then. So it fits in, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The steelbooks that Marvel and Disney have been bringing out have been their premium line channel stuff.
Yeah. What I'm saying is, if these don't get a normal Blu-ray release, I don't blame people at all for going pirate. I really don't. You want just a Blu-ray, you just want that film. You haven't got the money.
Yeah, but Disney
not a collector. Disney won't like it. But what?
Disney will turn around and say, we don't know why you'd go the pirating route when we offer you the streaming route.
Yeah, I'd definitely go.
If you want it, buy the physical media. If you don't want it, watch the streaming service.
Oh, they're going to say that, yeah. But if you like physical media and you've got to have, you want it because, who knows, in 5 years' time, some of them films might not be available. They're not going to be streaming them all. Then you've got your physical copy.
What I'm trying to get is I get that, but there is a physical release that you could buy, and to be quite honest, it will save you your Disney Plus streaming.
So, for me, people who get the pirate copies is fine. I
haven't seen pirate copies, to be quite honest. Where are these pirate copies?
They're going, Jim. Where
are they? Are they on eBay?
Yeah.
No, are they on eBay? I'm asking a question.
Some of them are on eBay, definitely.
Some people tell me that I've got this media book edition from Germany. It's in no other country, so I'm pretty sure it's pirate. And some other people have told me and said, no, it's a legit copy. It's just that they're the only people that have got the license.
Yeah, it could
And I'm
be.
going, so how do you know then which one's a pirate, which one's not then?
But yeah, I mean, let's face it, on eBay, and you know that there's some films that and they have not been released at all in any form, and there they are.
Oh, well, yeah, but those
yeah,
are ones those are ones where I'm going, well, that's
yeah,
obvious. I'm
yeah,
talking about stuff that is not obvious.
yeah,
All right.
yeah,
So so I tell you now, I've seen Pacific Heights in one place in the whole of this place, and that's Germany. Right?
yeah.
In Europe, Pacific Heights, one place, Germany. Is that a pirate copy or not?
I don't know.
Well, that's what I mean. I
don't
bought
know.
it.
I've got the
Looks all right.
DVD, and I have to stick with that.
Well, you understand we're trying to be answering a question here, and we're not getting to the answer of the question. Which is, how can you tell whether something's a pirate? Now, I recognize, if you're looking for the film The Singing Ringing Tree from 1956, a children's broadcast that the BBC showed back in the 60s or something, and it's never, and if you look, you won't find a DVD copy of it, a Blu-ray copy of it, a 4K copy of it. You won't even find it on VHS tape.
Yeah.
Then I'm saying to you, I've just seen it on eBay, and it says here that you can buy it on DVD. That's bound sure to be a pirate copy, then, isn't it?
Yeah.
All I'm saying to you is it's harder when you're talking about a mainstream film.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's been seen around the countries. So,
yeah,
that's all. That's all I'm getting at.
It's an interesting point. It's very interesting. Yeah. Let's see. What's this one? Mark Fletcher, a DVD about the history of slapstick comedy released without a slap would be a shame.
That's a joke. Slapsticks, slip cover, slapstick.
Slapstick, yeah. Tony says, Muckman, I've never really considered that. You're right. On a shelf, they look more like a book.
Yeah, because the spines have changed. They've turned into a cardboard spine with a proper conforming band around the top and everything. You see what I mean?
Yeah. I'll tell you what I find annoying. If you get a Blu-ray and the spine is the other way around, the writing.
Yeah.
You get that on some, which is rather annoying.
There's no conformity because each studio will do things differently.
Yeah. Let's have a look here. The only thing that's been getting on my nerves is the films being released in thick Blu-ray cases and thin cases. I would make their mind up. We never used to have thin cases in the UK. It's one of those situations where people complain one way and then they've complained another way. I know people have been complaining about thin cases because of these ecological ones with bits of missing from it and could be harmful to discs and all that stuff. But then we've seen the thin cases that are not. Personally, I know this is thing. Thin cases sound a good idea to me because it means they're going to, on your shelf, give you more space.
Ultimately. Yeah, but you can't read the bloody spine.
Yeah. Well, it depends. It depends.
The way I look at it is like this. I first saw
individual thing. It's the conformity in that.
No, hang on, just a moment. Because you broke up then, Ian. I don't know if you can hear me. I first saw thin cases when they came in box sets.
Yeah,
that's where I first saw thin cases. I saw, like a Norman Wisdom box set, and it would be 10 of his films, and they would all be in thin cases because the box would hold the whole collection.
Right?
That's when I saw thin cases. Then I read a report that said we're trying to cut down on stuff we can't recycle. And the whole world said, how are we going to do this? And I think the cinema houses tried to show willing by saying, we're going to come out with an eco case.
Yeah.
Right. And then later on, if you weren't going to design an eco case, I think what they do is if they're going to bring out a film that's old and they don't really care too much about it, they'll put it in those fin cases that they've got lying about. Oh, yeah. We've suddenly got 200,000 fin cases in our warehouse.
Yeah.
We're going to release this film, the Man Who Haunted Himself. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll put them in the fin cases because there is only going to be a 200,000 pressing of this, and we happen to have just the fin cases kicking about in there, and they'll go really nicely in there. That'll save us printing and manufacturing more plastic.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure that's how it's working. It's nothing to do with a selection method or whatever it is. It's whatever's kicking about that saves money.
Yeah.
That's a very, you know what I mean? Because I mean, if it wasn't done that way, then I mean, what? I mean, I have to say myself, why has that been brought out in a fin case? Do they not have any confidence in it? Is it?
Yeah.
Is it? What is it?
Yeah.
You know, but they used those fin cases. They all came about from magazine covers, and or they came from box sets. Box sets of the same actor, all to fit in a box. You know, that's where they came from. But I have seen individual releases, and they are in fin cases, and it does my nutting. Yeah, you can't read the spines.
Yeah. Interesting. Let's have a look. Next one. Mugman Movies. Umbrella and Imprint youth release a standard release of their special editions around 6 months later. So
that's great if that's for every release, but is it based on sales? Like, what's the point in doing a standard release if the big release is still we've still got in stock? We can't sell.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is that based on sales? Is that based on a legitimate policy they've got? I don't know.
Have you bought anything? Oh, you have Umbrella, aren't you? The
I only bought that
Martian Chronicles.
The Martian Chronicles.
Yeah.
And I'm glad I did because I've got one title of theirs, you know.
Yeah. Is the president in Civil War supposed to be based on Trump? No,
I haven't seen
I don't think it. We don't. We only see. I don't want to give too many spoilers away. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I think it's easy to say it could be anybody, kind of. I suppose that's like sort of Trump kind of character. Yeah. So you could say that maybe. Anyhow, actually, Ian, they have standard releases of Time Crimes up now at $45. But
so you don't have to wait 6 months. They've already brought out a standard and a deluxe at the same time.
Yeah. Interesting. So how much would postage be then, you reckon, on top of that?
Well, I don't know whether they do it on weight. I think it's a standard international rate.
Yeah.
Because it's not being shipped into Australia. In other words, it's going through the Australian postal system.
Yeah.
They do a standard. We're doing it through Royal Mail International postage, and that means that we're going to slap this £15 minimum charge or something on top of something.
Yeah.
You have to look and just put it in the just put it into the checkout folder and then and just see what it says, and then just pay, you know, you're gonna have to pay.
Yeah. John Adams, second US president.
That's what I was talking about. Remember
when
I was
that's right. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that's a brilliant series. It's about 6 episodes long. It's by HBO. Brilliant series.
Actually, I think you mentioned it before, so it does sound good. Yeah.
Paul,
Um,
his name's, is it Paul Gambiani or Gambaccini or something like that? I just
yeah.
can't remember. I can't remember his name. He's
Yeah.
fantastic though. He's in Billions.
Yeah. Yeah.
And all I'm saying to you is that definitely John Adams is a great thing to watch. It's
Yeah.
definitely. I think John Adams is the person that set them apart from Britain.
Yeah.
You know
So
what I mean?
it is one of the founding fathers.
Yeah, I mean, who came
Yeah.
after John Adams? I think it's like
Yeah.
Abe Lincoln or something.
Yeah.
Uh, and what I'm trying to say is he's the one who laid down the British law, but
Yeah.
changed he changed that law that was over there
Yeah.
into American British.
Yeah.
It takes the foundation of what British law is, but turns it into their own law.
Yeah.
That's why you've got American British law, and it's
And
very much
the other,
British, you know.
I think the other interesting thing is that a lot of you sort of Trump kind of people believe that all these founding fathers were Christians,
Oh
but
yeah.
the idea, of course, that is about religious freedom because they were all different forms of religions in there, of worshiping God and
It's
within it.
annoying. It's annoying
Yeah,
sometimes because if you want to put a disgusting word against it, you
yeah,
could all turn around and say, "Well, America is a mongrel country.
yeah,
It's got no pure lineage.
yeah,
Um, everybody that went over there, Irish, German,
yeah,
they
exactly.
all went over there,
Yeah,
right? And
it's got a right mix
the only
with,
lineage there is the Indians.
yeah, yeah. You wouldn't have had their religion being mentioned, would you?
I
You
mean,
wouldn't have had their religious
it's one of
beliefs.
those things that I don't like to go into because then if you look at that analogy,
Yeah.
then we're a mutt
Oh,
system.
yes.
We've got the you know you've got the North. You've got the what
Yeah.
was it? It was the Northmen and there's the Vikings that attacked us and all sorts of
Yeah.
stuff that settled us. So where does the king and the queen fit into all of this? Because their lineage is supposed to be you can date it back, and that's why
Yeah. But
they're royals, right?
yeah, it
And
doesn't work like that.
I'm going, well, Queen
Yeah.
Elizabeth II was like 30 or 40% German.
Yeah. They had to change their name.
You have got the
Yeah.
Queen Victoria, who's
Yeah.
basically German,
Yeah. Yeah.
and, and so forth and so forth. So where's the British heritage in this?
Yeah.
Because you know what I mean?
There is. Yeah. And our religion as well. It's only because when the Romans converted to Christianity that we would have, um, they would have tried to have imposed Christianity then, but the majority of the country would still be pagan religions.
Yeah, pagan, isn't it?
It took them a long time. We only have to look at all the history of even in 16th, 17th century. There's a belief that the country is all Christian and what have you, but people were still in sort of a lot of country areas doing the pagan thing, and that's why you got the Puritans trying to impose Christianity. They're like fighting a battle still. Um, so it's taken a lot of imposing Christianity into it's not something we were actually born as a nation. Far from it. Anyhow, go on about that. Get your purse out, Ian. Yeah, thank you. Uh, uh, Moth alert. So, yeah.
Yeah, you've been slapping about for around about 20 minutes.
There has been quite a few actually. There has been one flying around there, I think. Uh, seen the trailer for that new Hellboy movie? It looks awful. Steve Moore says.
They seem to be getting worse and worse, though, don't they? There was
Yeah,
Hellboy 1, that was quite good. Hellboy 2, The Golden Army, that weren't bad. Hellboy 3, oh my God, everybody went on top of that and said, what a pile of shit that is.
yeah. And
And then
now,
you've got this other Hellboy now that's coming out. Now you have to ask yourself:
why?
is this to redeem itself or what? I haven't got a clue.
Yeah, I didn't know there was one. That's news to me. I thought they'd stopped, but they haven't stopped. Uh, anyone fancy the Borderlands movie? I've
That's
never
another.
played
That's
the
another game.
game,
That's
but it
another
looks
game.
quite fun and has an excellent cast.
Yeah, that's another. That's
Played the
another
game.
game. That's another game thing turned into a TV series.
Oh, right. Yeah,
Just before you ask what that is.
yeah, yeah. And fair enough.
So what he's asking is, are you interested in Borderlands movie? What you have to
Um,
understand, what you have to understand here is Halo, which was another game.
yeah, exactly.
Just
You see,
had have just
yeah,
had 2 series come out. Both of them have been steelbooks as well, but
yeah,
it's now just been cancelled. So there's
yeah,
no end to it, right? So
yeah,
he's asking, there's a Borderlands TV series, right? Because there is,
yeah,
as far as I know. I think
yeah,
my friend Denny's been raving about it, and so has
yeah.
Ponder, a friend of mine.
But is there?
Are you interested in a movie version of it? I think because
Yeah,
it came out on TV, it'd be very difficult to do a Borderlands movie unless you're going to break into the movies with
yeah,
it.
yeah. Hmm. Oh well. Uh, um, Stephen Moore says, "Prisoners of Ghostland with Nicolas Cage is bad as well." Well, Nick Cage, he can be brilliant, fantastic, and then he can make some real terrible films. That's Nick. That's what people know Nick Cage as.
Yeah,
Uh,
for a long time now, you either see him in a good film or a bad film, and there doesn't seem to be
yeah.
anything in between.
Geez, that was terrible, Stephen. I sold my copy straight away. Well, yeah. In fact, one of the worst films I've ever seen. Yeah, there's probably quite a few Nick Cage films in that category. A lot of Nicolas Cage recent movies have been very bad. Uh, Jiu-Jitsu, I've never heard that one, was another
No,
one.
it's jujitsu. It's a form of martial art.
Jiu-Jitsu. Oh, right. I suppose
Ju-
he must make a lot of films in a year.
Jujitsu.
Yeah,
I think I saw on Sky not long ago. I think or Prime or something like
yeah.
that. I'm pretty sure of it. At the end of the day, I mean, the last Nicolas Cage film that I saw that was any good was Renfield,
Oh, Renfield, yeah. I was a bit
and that was
disappointed in
average.
Renfield.
That was
Yeah,
average.
yeah. It should have been better for me, and it wasn't. But on the other hand, I know a lot of people got to like it. I think they kind
Yeah,
of at first didn't particularly go favorable, but I think second, third watches they really got into it more, and I can see why. But I just didn't. It didn't do it for me.
yeah.
Um, but there we are. Apex Predator with Bruce Lee was a good film. Bruce Willis, sorry, Bruce Willis. I always think it's sad now with Bruce Willis. You know, I was looking through some things that came up, and then there was this film. It said starring Bruce Willis, and you knew it was one of them that he was doing right near the end before he retired, and you feel kind of sad. But yeah, I don't know. I've not heard of Apex Predator. I don't know. Um, Sai says, I really enjoyed Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent with Nicolas Cage. He plays himself. Yeah, a lot of people have praised that film. Um, have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, I've not seen it, but I know a lot of people have praised that one. Um, do either of you believe in ghosts or UFOs from other worlds? That's Mark Fletcher. There you are, Delboy. A nice question for you.
Okay. Ghosts, nah. UFOs. To be quite honest, a UFO is you know, under an unknown flying object or whatever it is. Is it unknown to aliens that it's a flying object? So I don't think they call them UFOs, do they? Between themselves. I believe there is life on other planets. I do believe that life on other planets might have a technology that allows them to get here. How they travel here, I don't know. For all I know, they can float through space and they just basically land. I have no idea. Right? I don't like the term UFO because it's an
Yeah,
identified flying object. Well,
yeah,
everything that's flying that we don't identify is then considered a UFO, and not necessarily does it mean it's alien. It's just
yeah,
unidentified, isn't it?
yeah. And it
Um, so
and I tend to think as well that some of the UFOs are the military
yeah.
doing
So all I'm
tests
saying
and
is
all
the
sorts.
question really should be: do you believe on life on other planets? And
Yes,
basically, yeah,
yeah,
I do.
yeah,
I do. I can't believe that in this universe, as big as as that they make us believe it is. You know, there's galaxies with galaxies with galaxies with galaxies with galaxies. That when you rolled the dice, one planet was the only one that had life on it.
mm,
Even I can't take those odds, you know. So I've got to believe that there is other planets with life on it.
mm.
That's all I can say. Ghosts,
Um,
not so much. So
ghosts. I believe that there is something from my own personal experiences. Um, I know when I was a child, you see, that's when I have to sort of look at it because you're a child, but I woke up um, suddenly one night. I remember it very clear. And when I looked up, there was a figure, a person, not with a white sheet on or anything like that. And that person was looking straight at me. I remember it to this day. I probably was about seven, maybe 7 or 8. And that really always burns within my mind. For me at that time, that was very real. And it's like I just suddenly woke up and it didn't, I wasn't asleep. I was wide awake and I saw this person. And to me, that was very real. What it was, I can't explain. I'm saying what it was, but I definitely saw a person. And other people have had experiences, and I never dismiss them at all. Um, I think some of these, there are certain programs, isn't there, where they do all this haunting stuff, and it's all edited stuff, and people. I'm not really a fan of all that kind of stuff, but there are, I think, certain things they've that you just go from your own personal experience, and I can't really explain it, and it was a very real experience for me. UFOs, as they could, what a lot of people might see. You would think nowadays with mobile phones and more cameras that we would still would get better photos of these UFOs. But I notice the problem is if somebody puts up a photo of a UFO, so called, and it looks really good, people are going to say, oh, well, that has to be a Photoshop fake that they've done. You kind of can't win. Um, but I don't know. I think I think for certain. Again, this I almost sound like my X Files conspiracy theory, but I think the military certainly do testing of advanced aircraft and stuff like that for defense purposes, and people see these things. Yeah, but I wouldn't dismiss them. I'm not going to say when people have encountered things and seen it that I totally dismiss it. There's a lot if you look into some of these things you read about, and people have genuinely had these experiences, and I do not dismiss them. Even school children, there's some very famous ones with school children who saw these UFOs and then did the drawings and everything, and they're very interesting. So I'm open on that, and it's quite obviously for me there's bound to be life on other planets, but what it looks like I don't know. And are they advanced? We don't know. You know, and will we ever get there with space travel? Not in our lifetime. It's going to take quite a long time, if ever, that we do meet. And then people say, well, why aren't they coming to us? Well, maybe they haven't got the technology. We don't know. We don't know. It's speculation. But I would imagine mathematically, the chances of life in the universe are extremely high, no matter how, whatever percent it is. There will be other worlds which have got life forms. And who's to say anyhow that life forms, we always assume they're going to be like us, humanoid or based with what we consider important constituents to life. Life may be defined in other ways. I don't know. It's an interesting subject, but that's my take on it all.
You know what? You could have just turned around and said what he said.
Yeah.
You've just turned around and said for the last 5 minutes exactly what I said. The ghost part was totally different. The other part was exactly
the ghost bit. I've never dismissed ghosts at all because of my own personal experience.
I mean, I didn't answer the thing. I said the ghost thing. I said, in my opinion, I said in the ghost part, not so much so. The thing about ghosts is, I don't agree that they're like anything in the movies and stuff. I think they are tears in time.
Yes, there's lots of ideas there. Yeah, some people think they're like
a tear in time is an echo, not a ghost.
Yeah, well, some people might think they're I've heard this idea, which I quite like, is that they're like a tape recording. They've been recorded somehow as a that just comes into consciousness and then it goes again. It's like somebody who's lived in the past.
The idea of that, it stems back to loads of years. When they say that the static that you pick up when you've got no aerial in your TV is the noise from the Big Bang.
Oh, I've never heard that one before. Oh.
That is just the pickup of everything that's in the air. Yeah. And therefore it's resonance of the Big Bang.
Yeah.
Right? And I'm going, right. And then we've all seen the science fiction shows where they've gone off in space, they've gotten so far in the universe, and yet they pick up a signal and they say that's come from Earth and it's 250 years old.
Oh,
it would take 250 years for it to get here.
Yeah.
Right. So of course, when you turn around and say it's a recording from back in time, you're not far wrong, because what I'm saying is, if you have a tear in time, and it comes through to ours, in other words, what you're saying is it's a recording. And what I'm saying is it's not really a recording; it's actually a past event coming through to here. But then you've got to work out what a timeline is. Is time something that we can go back on and change, or is something that's velocity going just forward and there's no way of going back, and all of this sort of stuff? And then you've got all that analogy, haven't you, that turns around and said, if we could try and travel, we'd have traveled back in time by now and told ourselves this and all this sort of shit. And I'm turning around and just going, do you know what? You're taking this far too bloody seriously.
Yeah, I know what you mean. You could go on a lot about these things, but it's always interesting looking at these theories and ideas about them. Anyhow, the funniest, this is from Cauldron of Stardust, the funniest part of the Batman movie was how all the UN members were squabbling when they were turned to sand, and just kept squabbling when they were turned back.
Well, no, they mix their language up.
Yeah.
You had the English delegate just speaking French and all sorts of stuff, weren't they? They were.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Because although they'd been turned to sand, they had that bat machine that basically separated them up into their individual things. And if the idea, I think the idea was, they put the sand on plates on the table. They had this sort of like water drip system that basically stood over this big table, and then when they dropped water on it, there was a flash, and suddenly they were back.
Yeah, that's
But
right. Yeah.
the bat machine obviously couldn't separate what language that they reached for. If I remember rightly, that was it.
Yeah.
That's why they were squabbling, is because they couldn't understand what the bloody hell each one.
Yeah. Tonio, two weird watches this week. The Black Cat, 1981, and Demons of the Mind. Yeah, I've seen that one. They were strange, but much more enjoyable than I anticipated. Yeah, Demons of the Mind is one that divides a lot of people, as I remember. A lot of people think it doesn't really fit into the Hammer kind of films at the time, but it's a very interesting one, as I remember. The Black Cat, 1981. I don't know.
Well, I mean, the Black Cat's been told as a 40s film, hasn't it?
Yeah. I don't know, Tony. Is it an English one? Is it Italian?
Is that one with Natasha? What's her name?
No, that's Catwoman. Natasha Kinski.
Yeah.
It's Catwoman. No, Cat People.
Cat People. That was it.
Cat People, which was from an original film from 1940s, which I've got, I think, which it was a cat film.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's the cat films that I'm thinking of.
The actress who was in that appears in Cat People. But Natasha Kinski was a big attraction. I remember going to the cinema to see that film.
Oh, I just remember the cover. It looked like a tree in Africa with a like sunset.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I think I've got it on Blu-ray. I still enjoy that. It's a good film. Yeah. Yeah, that's our answer. Does anyone remember Arryworth? Yeah, I remember him doing the bit with against the window and putting his. That's it. Yeah, that's all I remember of him.
Well, he had his own TV show, and the opening credits have him having a mirror to the left, him to the right. Basically did this, and it looked like he had both his hands up and both his arms up at the same time.
That's all I remember. I don't know. Was he? I presume he was some sort of bumbling character. I don't know.
Wasn't one of the shows called "How's Your Father"? Not sure.
No.
But I do remember Arryworth, and I do remember the mirror gag. That's all I can say.
Yeah, that's the only thing I remember him for. And Jim Jones says, "What do you think of the Vault, Del?"
Oh, in Birmingham. There was a place called the Vault. It was all right. Yeah, I liked everything about today. We went to some very interesting places. We went to the British Heart Foundation. We went to Kex. We went to Forbidden Planet. We went to lots of places. Burger King. We went to somewhere, the Vault, and it was great. We were going to go to this arcade place. It turned out to be not quite what I was thinking it was going to be. I've got a funny feeling that there's another place just like that, and that's more where we were going to meet, which was not just pinball machines. It was a cafe that was pinball and arcade machines. This one just had pinballs in it, and it was it was down a side alley of a big, well-known street.
All right.
I'm still digesting in my head all the places I've been to. So when he said the Vault, then I had to think for a moment and go, they were talking about this place and that place, and I'm going, the names of these things. I'm going, what's this? I don't know what you're talking about, because they've lived in or around Birmingham all their lives, and I've only been there twice, 3 times. So these things didn't mean
yeah.
But I enjoyed the whole of the day.
Fantastic. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Yeah. And Ian, glad you got your nanny, the nanny. Yeah, it was thanks to you. You gave me the link, and
Yeah, and I'm really glad that I beat it. I got it
because
even
this
cheaper
one,
than him. So there you are.
£2 eh? I don't know, £2. Uh, Steve's game to Dell. When are you doing another gaming stream? It's been way too long.
I will do one. I used to do them, and people never used to tune in.
Yeah,
I must admit though, I never really advertised it.
well,
The thing
it does help.
Yeah,
It
no,
does
but what you
help.
have to understand with gaming things is that you know we Steve will recognize this. When someone like Mainmeister, that's a person who's been doing gaming streams for years and years and years, he sets himself up to do one on a Sunday, and it's there
Yeah,
every Sunday at 7 o'clock. He's doing a gaming stream, right?
yeah,
To me, it will be, I've got a spare hour. I'm going to play on a game now. Is it going to hurt me streaming it? No. Right. Well, I'll stream it then.
yeah,
I don't want to advertise something and say, I'm going to do a gaming stream. And by the way, I've got no bloody idea what game I'm going to be playing, right? Because that's how it works.
yeah,
It's like, if I knew what I was going to be playing, I'd schedule something. If I
yeah,
don't know
yeah.
what I'm going to be playing, by the time it comes to 8
You
o'clock
can't
where
schedule it. Yeah,
I might go, well, I don't want to do this now because I don't fancy
yeah,
playing again.
yeah, yeah,
So some of the time when I'm doing a game, when I was doing gaming streams in the past, it was because I've got an hour, I fancy playing a game. If anybody wants to watch, they can watch.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah,
And it was like that.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but they were never rewatched, is what I'm trying to say. I
Oh,
put them
right, yeah.
in their own playlist, and I've got, look, here's me playing an hour of Star Valor or something like that. Nobody went back and looked.
No.
So
Oh,
yeah, I will be doing it, and it's just
yeah,
that I'm trying to get to a good level where I don't look a complete arse, and I really and I really fancy doing a series. You know, like
yeah,
play this game, and I'm going to play it to the end, and you can join me on my journey as I try and beat this game all the way to the
yeah,
end. Because I know
yeah,
what will happen. I'll get halfway through and bored.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
it'll end up being a series where watch this guy get halfway through the game. So,
Yeah,
that's what it'll end up being, and it'll be boring.
yeah,
That's that is the in the nutshell is the hardest thing to do in the gaming side of the world. You know, when we're talking
yeah,
movies, right? The easiest thing in the world to do is a chat show. The hardest thing in the world probably is to do a series of film reviews. You know, something like your X-Files, right?
yes, yeah,
Because
yeah,
somebody like you will start the X-Files off, and I doubt you'll get to the 11th season and episode 20 of it, right? So it'll be a non-complete sequence of
yeah,
reviews.
yeah. Now, to be honest, if I do get near that, I won't give up. I
Yeah,
will. I will because
what I'm
the
trying
thing,
to say is it might then
yeah,
become a chore.
it,
And
it,
you
it
go,
would
what I'm doing now.
it wouldn't be right, would it? If you've got that far, you might as well finish it off, aren't you? It just seems right.
Well, that's the
But
thing.
right, at
You know,
both,
you're doing your SFX reviews. You know, every
yeah,
month.
every month
You
when it
copy of
comes to
SFX, right? If you go to the gaming side, right, and you type
yeah,
in game magazine reviews Zap 64, right?
yeah,
Zap 64 was a moment in time, right? 1985 till around about, I don't know, 1991. Every month there was a magazine called Zap, and it reviewed Commodore 64 games, and it lasted about 6 or 7 years, and it was the number
yeah,
one selling computer magazine for years, right?
yeah.
And so many people have said, I'm going to go through every Zap magazine page by page, and I'm going to show you all the reviews and all the adverts. And I'm even going to play the games that they were actually
Yeah.
reviewing in the magazine, right? I've hardly seen anybody go past episode 5. Got to the 5th issue and then gone, boring. I'm bored.
Yeah. I
Um,
saw somebody, and I was interested, and I thought, oh, I'll think about this. I think somebody had got an issue of the New Musical Express from about 1973, and they were going through it, and I found it absolutely, and I think anybody would, because you look at the style, who at the top, who's
Well,
big
the
at the
adverts,
time.
the adverts
That's
at the top.
fascinating. But if you started doing, say, every week, that it'd become a bit boring, wouldn't it? I think for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I think
All I'm saying is
you've got to say,
what I'm trying to say is everybody has the
yeah,
best intentions in the world. And
yeah,
all I'm saying is you'll tend to find best intentions won't get the job complete.
yeah, exactly.
And
I mean, you imagine.
I think there are more failures out there than there are
Yeah,
successes
I
when it
mean,
comes
you
to,
imagine you have to go through New Musical Express every week. So that means there's going to be 365 issues that you're going through in a year. It's going to be too much. It's too much. I think, yeah, I think
yeah.
it is too much because music, though it changes, even within that year, and it depends what year you pick. Some years, it's not going to be that interesting. It's just simply going to be,
Yeah, you're gonna you're
you
gonna
get, but you need
you
to do
are
a highlights. You
you
need
are
to
you
do,
are
oh, I picked that issue.
you are going to get to that part of the mountain where you go, oh, I've got to go through this year, which is the worst
Yeah,
year in existence.
yeah, exactly.
And if only I could bypass this year and get to the next year, I'd be so
Yeah,
happy. But unfortunately, I said I'm going to go from the start to the end, and I've got to go through this. And I'm telling you
yeah,
now, this is where where I have to really turn around and say I praise people that can do it, right, and get
yeah,
through it, because it's a very hard thing to do.
yeah.
But all I know is that there are more failures out there than there are successes with anybody that tries to attempt it.
Yeah, I mean, if I did have loads at New Musical Express back in Leeds. I used to buy it every week and keep them. And the only thing that you would do, possibly, is like you would pick an important issue, like the first interview with Blondie, for instance. I remember one. You'd pick something like that. People would be interested. But if you just keep putting out the same every week, you pick highlights. You would pick highlights. Oh, an interview with David Bowie in 1973 when he said, "That's it, folks. Ziggy Stardust. I'm not doing it anymore. I'm killing off the character." These are the interviews that would be interesting. They, but doing it too much, it's just not interesting, is it? Really, you need the moments in time. Anyhow, let's go. Tony Hawk says, James, yes, he did. Oh, this is at Harry Worth, I think. He did hide halfway behind the wall and stuck his leg out at the start of his shows.
Well,
Jim Jones,
it was more like a shop
I
entrance,
thought it was a shop window,
because
actually.
if it was a wall, how did the wall reflect
Yeah,
the other side?
yeah, yeah. I think it's a shop window.
It
Yeah,
was like it was like the shop glass is the
yeah,
reflection.
that's right.
Yeah.
But that's all I remember. That's how bad it is. Uh, Jim Jam Movies and TV. Hardly saw any networks in HMV today. Old Gold takeover. Oh, so
Yeah.
they've taken over now. Um, Tony, you should come to next meetup. There you are.
Yeah, if he's in
Uh,
Birmingham, Christ, he's going to be there.
Del, I was impressed with your knowledge. I would imagine that is
Yeah, it's got
KO.
KO. Well, did I knock him out?
Yeah.
I can't, I can't, I can't remember punching him.
Knockout.
I can't remember punching him, but
um, knowledge of those figures in Forbidden Planet. Oh God, I could imagine it being his element,
well,
and
yeah,
you wouldn't be able to shut him up.
we went into Forbidden Planet. You know what it's like. You know when you go into Forbidden Planet, on the left hand side they got these little display cabinets, and they've got their most expensive things.
Oh
there,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And they've got these hot toys. They call them hot toys, but that's because they're by Sideshow Collectibles. And
Yeah.
I do statue reviews. You know, if you've noticed, I've done a
Yeah.
number of these,
Yeah.
and they from
Yeah.
Bowen and Sideshow and all of this.
Yeah.
So what Hot Toys is, they make their money by doing a likeness of the head, and then the body sculpt comes afterward. It's like watching Captain Scarlet puppeteers. You
Yeah.
know, the Captain Scarlet ones look very much like real men. You know, the
Yeah.
faces look like Cary Grant, the
Yeah.
bodies were
Yeah.
anatomically correct, the heads weren't overlarged.
Yeah.
So when you see Loki dressed up like he is in the film, and it's got Hilda,
Yeah.
whatever his Chris Hildebrandt, his face, as the head sculpt. It's
Yeah.
like, wow, you've got bloody hell, you've got a mini Chris Hildebrandt in your display. And then you look at the price and it says, this is an action figure and it costs £355.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't care that it's got 264 points of articulation. It's 355 quid. That's what it is.
Yeah.
But they look gorgeous. And if you have the money, if you had the whole Avengers line, I mean, just imagine having the whole Avengers line, and every
I've seen on these shopping blogs, and they go around and you look at the prices are just there's loads of them, isn't there? Absolutely.
You could have the whole Avengers line. You'd have Scarlett Johansson's figure, and all that. Tony Stark, John, which is Downey Jr. What I'm saying is they all look lifelike, and and I'm telling you now, that's the closest you'll have to a 3D representation of the Avengers in your room. Trouble is, if you total it all up, it'll cost you something like £18,000.
Yeah, you need to rob that bank.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know anybody got 17,000 that's going to turn around and say, "Yeah, I'm going to buy a load of dolls."
Yeah.
All right, yeah.
Lovely. Yeah. And Tony Hawk says, I'll need to get my visa to escape Yorkshire, James.
Yeah.
Cauldron of Stardust. DVD slipcovers are like dust jackets on hardcover books. That's an interesting analogy, isn't it? Yeah. I remove them, never keep track of where I put them, and frankly don't care either.
Yeah. At the end of the day,
books and
if to you it's all about the film, who cares about the dust jacket? At the end of the day, the content of the book is still there, isn't it? I mean,
yeah.
How many times have you gone into an old library and the dust cover's been lost and all you've got is a red binding with the silver words written on the spine?
Yeah, they look quite nice. Some of them, yeah.
And I've gone, I think they look bloody nice like
that.
Yeah. So yeah, I do understand the analogy of it all.
All those Enid Blyton books. Do you remember? Yeah. They were like that, weren't they?
Saves on printing bloody artist work of drawing an interpretation of what the famous five look like, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And having a blank red leather case with silver writing on the side.
I'll tell you, some of them I've seen on eBay going at ridiculous prices, things that people were trying to get rid of and throw away at one time. Oh no, not another famous five, but guess what? They get collectible.
Yeah.
Some prices now pretty high. Jim Jam Movies and TV, laugh out loud, Tony. Yeah. Cauldron of Stardust, Ian and Del make working fun. That's how you know you guys are amazing. I'm having a great time right now, scrubbing my bathtub while listening to you guys.
Yeah, he was cleaning his decking the last time a lot of people listen to us while they're working. It's like a radio play or something, radio.
Yeah, which is nice. Yeah. Symbols. Someone on ETSY does custom boxes for movies, but the prices are crazy. I can imagine. people will charge a lot. They're an interesting, the ETSY. They sell all sorts, don't they? Are they supposedly like small businesses who produce or have made things and produce these things? I don't know.
Like I said about these custom boxes, I said I sometimes wonder. You do it because you want it personally yourself. That's the reason why I was doing it. I don't see anybody doing it to make it more valuable for selling in the future.
Yeah, mind you, there's an interesting a part of collecting actually, and I prefer that, where people are just interested in the collecting rather than the value, saying, "Oh, you know, I know it happens in the comic world and all these other things, where people are putting them in these special things and putting values and sealing them all up."
Ah, right. No,
personally, I find that
no,
just it's
no.
not me at all.
What you're talking about there is what they call slabbing.
Yeah, I just
Right. What they do, they take a comic, they take it to a grading company.
Oh
They
God,
look,
it's
they
great.
look, they look at the comic, whether it's spine and whether it's got cracks or whether it's got dents and all of this sort of stuff. They give it a grade. And what they do is they slab it. They put it in a clear plastic case.
Yeah.
So that it's preserved for life and it has a grader. And then therefore, when you go to auction, if something's got a grade of 9.8, which is only 2 points away from perfect, you know that it's a great
valuable
comic. What I turn around and say to that is I'm against slabbing. And the reason I say I'm against slabbing is, who wrote a comic book so that it was trapped in plastic and you can't read it?
You said it spot on. Spot on. Exactly.
I mean, at the end of the day, that's mental.
Yeah.
It was there to be read. If you if you're saying it's trapped now in a piece of plastic, if you break that case, then the grade was a waste, because it's now again, it can't be graded now because you're reading it and you could damage it. So you got to go through the whole grading process again.
It's just pathetic. Seems
so.
People
that slab and grade are the people that want to print money.
Yeah,
they want. In other words, you've got money that's to burn. That you want to, instead of buying bonds, like and all of these sort of bonds, you bought a piece of art that you therefore want to sell for a higher value than when you bought it.
You're like investing in that. It's an investment.
Like the speculation of the market in regards to things going up in value and down in value. Right? Now, I never bought a comic and speculated on whether the index is going up or down against this comic. I bought it because I wanted to read it. Right? I do realize that the comic will go up in value, and I hope it does. And I do realize that I've done that so that when I pass it on to my nephew and nieces, they've got a nice little nest egg. They can do with it what they want. I'm dead. I'm 6 foot. I'm worm food. So as far as I'm concerned, you can do what you bloody well like with it, right?
Yeah.
The thing is, for me, the fun has always been the chase of collecting. It's always been that, will I ever complete the collection and have more? And the likelihood is I'm not, but in my back of my head, I'm going, I will one day. I will one day. I'll have more one day.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, if I then go to my mortal coil and I give them a collection that's 99.9% complete, then they've basically got a nice little nest egg and say, we'll sell them all. Even if they sold them at £1 each, they've got £25,000 or whatever it is. It's like, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, that set them up with a quarter of their mortgage probably paid. I mean, I don't care.
So all you need is just to direct them into that garage. Imagine all those steel books you've got that must be worth a fortune. I don't know where you keep your comics, but these are where people need to be directed. That's where the money is.
It is. But I tell you what, you'll be breaking your back trying to lift them, because I'll tell you what, you put them in a box. You put them in a box, you could store 200 comics in a box, and you'll be going, Jesus Christ, how do I lift this out of the bloody house?
So you need somebody to be in on it then.
Yeah,
right. Listen to this. Stephen Moles says, I can just see Ian in his bedroom listening to New Kids on the Block, you cheeky bugger, and NSYNC, and Delboy
and
listening
sing.
to
Yeah,
thrash metal. Yeah, I can see that. I can see Delboy there listening to thrash metal,
yeah, right.
jumping up and down. I go, yeah, I can see that. Yeah. um, among my movies, I know Stuart George, yeah, pays £20 per custom slipcover. I find that crazy just for a piece of cardboard. I know Stuart, he loves his. He does talk about it. He sends off. I know 20 quid. Whew. But there we are. He loves it. He gets something from it, doesn't it? Oh, we've got royalty again. He's back.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah.
Ah,
Uh,
you're
uh,
not worthy.
yeah. Uh,
Yeah, but
oh,
is
it's
this
interesting.
at this late night? Is this his butler that's writing?
Actually, it's from what time? This was 10:36. Was it 10? No, somewhere around that time.
About an hour ago, then. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Um, this is interesting. I agree that music is pretty dire now, but if you're on YouTube, you find some great bands of recent years. They have zero success in the charts. LA Witch, Croonin' Bin, 32 After, Dead Pony. Yeah, these are the kind of things that I would be interested in because the charts don't matter anyhow. The charts really, they're gone, they're finished. I'm surprised they haven't scrapped them.
Well, I don't know. Is there a Gallup chart anymore?
I know they changed it, didn't they, to the download thing?
Yes, but is it
And then,
generated by Gallup? It was called
yeah,
Gallup. It was a
I
company
don't
called
know.
Gallup that did it, wasn't it?
Yeah, I bet. Do you know? I bet it isn't. Do you? I bet it's not. I bet they're not involved. Um, I'm surprised there still is one, though. To be honest.
I mean, at the end of
Um,
the day, they call it the Billboard 100 in America because it was done by Billboard.
yeah, yeah.
So I don't know
I
if it's
guess.
the Gallup chart anymore.
Yeah. Um. Mukbang movies. J cards are fucking annoying. They are. I don't like J cards. I cut off the bits that wrap around the edge so you can fit my steel books into a protective sleeve easier. Yes. The only J cards I like are the thicker ones that you can slip
Yeah,
in
the
and
cardboard
out.
ones. The
Yeah,
cardboard ones.
they're all right. But all these fiddly bits, there's people there going, it's all because they're frightened of it messing up the steel book and everything.
Oh,
Um,
they're as thin as tissue paper.
yeah, I just don't like them. The, anyhow, uh, Stephen Moore says, I can name at least 20 of the new releases that don't have slipcovers on the Blu ray: Civil War, Stop Motion, Immaculate, Abigail, Ghostbusters, Frozen Empire, just to name a few. That's quite a lot, isn't it? So a lot of people must be very disappointed, or there must have been an extremely limited run of them, which wouldn't surprise me that they would do an extreme limited run. Or they
Like I
may
said,
not bother.
well, when
They
it
may
comes
not
to
bother
when it
anymore.
comes to Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, there were 2 steelbook covers.
Yeah,
So I'm quite surprised that there's no slipcover.
yeah,
And
yeah,
what I'm trying to say is that true? Because if you go over to the States, I bet you any money that Best Buy had a slipcover, and so did
yeah,
what's the other one called? Walmart.
yeah,
There's what you tend to find is the slipcovers is the steelbook artwork.
yeah.
You see, in Britain, we don't care about the slipcover too much. But what I'm saying is there is a battle of the supermarkets over in the States.
Yeah,
Quite,
yeah,
quite big over there.
yeah. Because some of them get their own special releases, don't they?
Yeah,
They
that's what
did.
I'm saying. You know, some
Yeah,
people will
yeah,
buy from Amazon, some people will go into Walmart, some people will go into
yeah,
Best Buy,
yeah,
some people, and all I'm saying is with all of that and that competition, when it comes to Walmart and Best, it's because you go shopping every day, and that's where you buy your groceries. So basically,
Yeah.
you're buying them off of a shelf.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I think the majority of people go to Amazon. They go, yeah, I'm going to buy it from Amazon. I'll have it delivered. It'll be with me that day. Blah 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 blah. And so all I'm saying is to entice people not to buy from Amazon, they do slipcovers. That's probably one reason. Oh, make it a collector's thing. But I'd be very surprised that there's a statement that says Ghostbusters Frozen Empire in the world doesn't have a slipcover.
Yeah. Yeah.
In Britain, yeah. In France, yeah.
Yeah.
America, I'd be bloody surprised if there wasn't one that had a slipcover. One of those,
Yeah.
those Ghostbusters Frozen Empires. I'm pretty sure had a slipcover on one of them. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'll tell you what, it's weird that they did 2 steel books then.
Yeah. Mukman Movies. I'd recommend the Welsh rock band Those Damn Crows. Really great, catchy rock songs. And they're bloody great live. Oh, Those Damn Crows. I'll tell you what I'll do. I mean, one of my writing down moods. I'll write that name down.
Second time he's got pen and paper out. Must be something going on.
That means that I can, you know, just go on YouTube and hopefully find something.
I'm going to go and get a can again.
Okay.
It's so hot. I've got to get drink.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just dehydrated in my room with all this equipment.
Those damn. I like the name. It's Those Damn Crows. Sounds good. Yeah, there we are. I put that there. Sound good. As there probably is quite a lot of groups around that we don't really know much about, but yeah, I'd be. Oh, I can probably check them out on YouTube, and yeah, that's what I normally do. Type in and there's right now. Let's have a look. My movies. There are loads of Chinese pirates on eBay. I thought I'd bought a legitimate Criterion of After Hours, but when it arrived, it had Chinese writing in a gatefold slip. Oh, crikey.
Yeah, I can believe that. I mean,
I wonder, did you pay Criterion price for that as well?
What I was trying to get at was I can believe that, but because I believe that over in China and Japan it's full of copycats.
Yeah.
But it's just that when you think about international law and who owns the rights to something and why something is in America on Blu-ray but has never been released in Britain in Blu-ray and all of this sort of stuff, you ask yourself the question, why? Is it because it's not popular? Is it ever going to come out? All of this sort of stuff. And I bought famously, because I say famously because I've mentioned it several times now. Last year, I bought the Steelbook of Ferrari, the film Ferrari, right? And it was from Italy. And it's because there was no Steelbook announcement for it. It was a Sky thing. It was on at the cinema and at Sky.
Yeah.
It had Adam Driver in it. It was basically supposed to be a film just like Ford versus Ferrari, you know, or whatever it's called, something 66 or something. It's got an alternative name. It was supposed to be a brilliant car racing film. But I only wanted the Steelbook, and I could only find it in Italy. When I asked around, and I think I asked Keith at Euphoria, I think he turned around and said, no, that's a legit copy. What it is that Italy have got the rights to do a Steelbook. So they got the Steelbook rights. You're going to see it. You're going to see that it'll be released as a standard release in all the other countries, and it might well be that it'll come out as a Steelbook later on over in this country. Because I'll tell you what, if they don't sell in Italy, they'll rebadge them. And I went, oh, okay. And lo and behold, you can get now Ferrari Steelbook in this country. It's English. My one is the Italian one. The writing on it is Italian, but it's the English film.
Yeah.
Because it was released in Europe. So all I'm saying is, I've got the Italian steelbook of it, but it's not counterfeit. It's not a copycat. It's not anything.
Yeah.
But I can believe what Muckman's saying there. In China, how could you tell? They changed their covers to everything anyway. They've all got this weird. Their writing on the right hand side as a special thing going up and down on the right hand side of all the covers. I bought laser discs from Japan, and they all had different covers to the European releases.
Yeah.
They were in special case covers.
I noticed people that collect records, they like those Japanese releases because
that's what I mean. That's what I said. They're like that.
Yeah, they like that. Yeah, it's very collectible.
And what you have to ask yourself is that a legitimate pressing? Because it's got a totally different cover. It's like, but it's for their market, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's have a look. Muckman movies. I have a German media book. Yeah, this is what you mentioned of Pacific Heights. As far as I'm aware, it's the only way to own it. It is the HD version of it.
Yeah.
It is. It's one of those. I'm sure might eventually get some release, a HD release.
So I added. What I did was I added that and said, "Is that a counterfeit? Is that a pirate copy? It's coming. It comes in a media book. Germany probably got the license for it.
Yeah. eBay full of Spanish releases. Yeah, you do get these Spanish releases as well, like that True Lies Blu-ray, which are bootlegs. Yeah. And Jim, hello Jim. Aisle bargain pickups. Oh, we're into bargains. Volume 2, 3, and 4. Hancock's half-hour DVDs, 2005, 2006, BBC, £1 each. Excellent. Now, the goodies at last, 2 DVD set network, 2003, £1. Wow, that is good. X and Pearl Blu-ray, $4.99 each at HMV. Excellent value. You can't argue with that.
Like I said, that we went into HMV today, and there was some prices that were astronomically high, and then there was some that I couldn't believe were in the 2 for 30 sale. It's like, wow. That's new. Why is that in the 2 for 30? It was only came out a couple of months ago. What's all that about? And then and the thing that makes you think about that is that when you think about X and Pearl, you think to yourself, they're really talked about now. Those 2 films. Why are they $4.99? Then you realise when it's Blu-ray, and we're talking not Steelbook or anything like that. They probably didn't have any slip covers. They probably really are now a $4.99 thing.
Really.
Because anybody that wants to buy X and Pearl now want the 4K to go with their Maxi copy when it comes out on 4K, and therefore they want all.
They have been out quite a while, aren't they?
Yeah, they've been out a year and a half.
They've been out a long time. Yeah. Danny Dukes, please like the Scream. Thank you, Danny. You're always a great supporter.
I think he means Scream, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Brilliant. Thank you, Danny. Stephen Moles, one of my favorite Peter Cushing's movie, gets a Blu-ray release on the 26th of August. Island of Terror. Yeah, I've seen that down. Is
that an Amicus? Is that an Amicus one?
It could be. It's in that series. They released Witchfinder General, didn't they? And
that's 88
one
film.
Other one. And I think this is their next lot of releases. I think I may be wrong, but I'm sure it is. I've seen it. Looks really good, and I think you may well be right. Though it may not be Amicus, because it's not an anthology story. Amicus did some straight ones, but a lot of them were
Yeah, they
anthologies.
had Vault of Horror on Legends last night.
Yeah. Oh, excellent. I've got that. Yeah.
I
Wonderful.
missed the beginning, but when I turned it on, it was that rope story, the story where the bloke kills the lady that makes the rope trick, and
Oh, right.
and
Yeah.
a wife climbed on the rope and disappeared into the ceiling, and
Oh,
then the
yeah.
rope attacked him or something. It was weirdest story of the whole lot, but it makes me laugh.
Right.
Makes me laugh
Wonderful.
every time I
Yeah.
watch that one. There we go.
Tony Hawk. I suppose that'll be. I have Island of Terror on DVD, but can't find it. So that's a good excuse to get it. Yeah, it's a very good. If you can't find it, you'll probably buy it, and it'll probably turn up then on your shelf.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, and then Si says the actor who's in the Holdovers and played John Adams is
Paul
Paul
Giamatti.
Giamatti. Was that Giamatti?
Yeah, that's what I said. It's a hard one to pronounce. It's Paul Giamatti.
I said, okay, Paul Giamatti.
Yeah.
Giamatti. Right.
So remember, I was going Paul Gamba, Paul.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Tony Hawk's got his we type in hard. Yeah. Tony York, yeah, good film. That's from Stephen Moles. Stephen Moles. I recently bought that Lawnmower Man set. Yeah, good release. And one of my favourite tales from the hood, which comes as a 2 Blu-ray set with the second one. The third one is awful though. Oh right. It's quite a bit there. Tales from the Hood.
Well, I know that some people have bought that Lawnmower box set. I think it's by Arrow.
Yeah.
I'm not sure though, but I must admit I'm one of those people that didn't hate the film, but it's
you weren't a big fan.
I'm more along the lines of, oh my god, this is really awful.
Yeah, yeah, right? Which is a way of saying you really don't like it that much.
I'd heard somebody tell me what the film was about in the book because it's a Stephen King book.
It is, yeah.
And somebody told me when they went to see the film, they said it's nothing like the book, and it's truly awful, right?
And I think it's a short story. It's not even a book.
Yeah, so I actually went in with low expectations anyway. But when I actually saw it, I went, well, I know an awful lot about VR and 3D and this sort of stuff. And this is not.
Yeah.
This is not VR. This is awful.
Yeah. Has it aged badly?
I mean, it will have aged terribly.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought so, yeah.
It will. I mean, we're not talking how Toy Story is aging, right?
Yeah.
It's aging, but it's aging. Yeah. It's aging gracefully.
Yeah, this is disgraceful.
I am talking effects that look like Jaws 3D.
Yeah.
Right? It looks bloody awful. It's a Pierce Brosnan film. The sequel is even worse. God knows how they got around to making a second film because the first one was pretty lousy. Yeah. It wasn't exactly universally liked.
No.
So when they said there was a box set, I went, "Who's buying that?"
Yeah. But some people I
do forget that there are people that like that sort of film.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, so who's for me to turn around and say, "What are you buying that load of shit for?" It's just not. I mean, when I think back to it, I mean, I even bought the Laserdisc, and it was just atrocious, for me. It's like,
but you'd buy a steel book of it, wouldn't you?
I haven't got it.
Yeah.
If there is a steel book of it, and you were to put it in front of my face, I've got a fair feeling I might turn around and go, "I'll buy any steel book, but I won't buy that."
Really? Wow. Hey, that's a revelation.
I'm pretty sure that I would turn that one down.
Really? Well, there it is. You've heard it, folks. Here, what a revelation!
It's a calendar.
He would turn down a steel book it was
Well,
good.
I'll tell you another steel book I wouldn't buy, and that's Exorcist 2.
Oh yeah, because they're releasing that,
Yeah,
aren't they?
that's right.
Arrow Video.
Exorcist 2 and Exorcist 3 are coming out. If
Yeah,
that ever was a steel book, I still wouldn't buy it. Exorcist
yeah.
2.
Wow. Yeah,
Oh,
but that one, Lawnmower Man.
oh,
Wow.
you'd be surprised with Lawman Man because of the special effects. But no, I
Yeah,
would.
yeah,
It's a very science fiction-y type film.
yeah.
But
But you just no. No, that's interesting. Right. Jim says I've been enjoying Fallout on Amazon, a slow burner, and The Boys was great.
that's
Yeah,
what it is,
it was.
right? So forget that Borderland. Borderland is not a TV show; that's a film.
All
Fallout
right.
is what I was talking about as a
Is that
TV
the
show.
game one?
Yeah.
Based on a game, yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think I've seen it. I didn't like look of it.
oh no, Fallout. That's what I'm saying. Denny has
Yeah,
been raving about Fallout. I thought it was
yeah,
called Break. I thought it was called Break. That's what I'm
yeah,
trying to say.
yeah, yeah,
I've got the name Borderland, right? I've got the names swapped around.
yeah,
He Borderlands is not a TV show. And he's
yeah.
asking, would you like to have that game turned into a movie? I thought it'd already been done. It's not. Fallout is what's been done.
All right.
And Fallout is good. Denny likes Fallout.
All right, yeah. Bought my first Criterion as well. Deep cover. Would that be an English Criterion or an American one? I don't know.
I bought a Criterion film today.
Yeah, I think I've got one in my collection. Yes, I think I've got Cat People. Yeah, I've got Cat People. That's the one
I
Criterion in my collection.
Today I bought the Irishman Criterion edition.
Oh yeah, because the De Niro one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, I was disappointed by Renfield, but love Cage in the color Outer Space. It's funny, do you know you've got very similar taste to me. Uh, Color Out of Space. I've got I don't know how I managed it, but I got a 4K of it somewhere. And I think it was on eBay. And it's wonderful. It's a color trip. A lot of people don't like it, but I really enjoyed it a lot. Yeah, I'd say more than Renfield, definitely. It's a bit strange, in the color out of space, but it's got a bit of sci-fi stuff in it, and I quite liked it. I thought it was good. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Yeah. Have you seen Color Out of Space?
No, I've seen
Oh,
Renfield. I haven't seen Color Out.
yeah, yeah. What's your favorite film based on a real person? I liked Braveheart.
Oh, that's a
Um,
hard question.
I always say it. Mine is, you know what I'm going to say? Cromwell, um,
But you see, there's too many.
Richard Harris, and Charles and Alec Guinness. It's just such a great performance of two great characters.
Yeah, but you see, to me, there's things like Chaplin. That's a great film.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Churchill. That's a great film.
yeah.
Um,
Um,
the Jolson story, the
yeah,
Frank Miller story. Bloody hell!
yeah,
How many films do you want with just a
yeah,
biography of a
yeah,
name, that sort of stuff?
yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, because I wasn't answering that. I was more looking. I interpreting it as historical. Um, I'm trying to think of another one.
Lincoln. I mean, Christ, there's another one that's bloody based on a name.
Yeah.
You know, it's like.
Uh, that's one of those questions. I know people like, but I mean, Braveheart is it's one film I've got to see, but
Yes.
I can
So
see.
his answer is William Wallace. So I
Yeah,
like Braveheart.
I know historically everybody goes at it saying it's inaccurate totally, but it wouldn't matter to me. If the performance is good and it's context of the film, then that's fine. You're always going to get that with any historical thing, people are going to say, no, it's not right. That didn't happen, or this didn't happen.
Well, let's take it like this. They're still trying to work out whether King Arthur actually existed.
Of course, yeah. There's a massive debate about, you know, they've found some records that suggest that there was a King Arthur in certain, an actual king really was, but there were a lot of kings. It was when the country was divided up into like Wessex and all these different bits and pieces. So it's the mythology of it could well have come from a real king, but what happened is, as usual with stories, people develop stories, and the idea of the round table and all that, the Holy Grail, it all goes into mythology, doesn't it, and storytelling, and that's where all this stuff comes from. But I'm still trying to think of a real person. Is it? I'm immediately thinking.
That's the end now. He didn't come up with an answer. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I was singing it again with Waterloo, but that's not the right one.
Oh, last year Ridley Scott did Napoleon. You could have said that.
What's happened about that? Everybody went mad on it.
Oh no,
it was bad. They said, "Oh, this is a terrible film."
On Apple TV, you can watch the long version and the short version. It's
Have
just
you seen it? I'd love to know what it was like.
There's just no physical media of it.
Is it any good?
Oh yeah, I liked it. Yeah. I saw that at the cinema anyway.
Yeah, because it would be an interesting.
I haven't got Apple TV, so I can't see the long version.
No,
but I've seen the theatrical version, and I liked it. I thought it was all right.
Yeah. Anyhow, sorry.
I like Ridley Scott films anyway. So
yeah, I know you do. Yeah. So have you got any favorite film based on a real person then?
I've told you. I said it's difficult because there's too many. There's Chaplin, Lincoln. There's
Chaplin.
I've seen Churchill. I've seen the Jolson story. I've seen Glenn Miller story. I've seen the day that he died with bloody Buddy Holly. I've seen I mean
John Lennon.
I've seen the film Elvis. It's got Elvis in it. I mean, where do you want to go with this? Because
yeah, that Elvis one was quite controversial, wasn't it? That came out a couple of years ago.
But I mean, Richard Attenborough directing Chaplin is a very good film. I know it's not totally accurate.
I mean, that name, Richard Attenborough, immediately makes me think, wow. I just think he's great. Anyway,
but it's an incredible film to watch. And
Stephen Moles says, the only Nicolas Cage movie that I've watched recently and was okay is Sympathy for the Devil. Oh, well, the title's good, but I don't know. I don't. Oh, sorry, I don't know it at all. Yeah. Have you heard of Sympathy for the Devil? Apart from the Rolling Stones,
so many of these Nicolas Cage films, and I'm going, do you know what?
Yeah.
I've seen. I know of Jiu Jitsu. I know of Redfield. I don't know Sympathy for the Devil.
Yeah, no. I'd love to know how many films he brings out a year.
He must bring out 3 a year.
I mean, quite a lot.
Straight to video stuff as well.
Yeah. Have you seen Uncanny on BBC iPlayer, Ian? It's a 3-episode series on people's ghostly experiences.
Carefully, careful. He's setting you up to tell you whether you've got a BBC television license. Say nothing.
I'm saying notes, he says. I've got to remain thinking. But
if you've watched something on iPlayer, you've got to have a TV license.
Right, and that's a nice day, isn't it? Anyhow, yeah. You're a bugger. But
Yeah. Just
you're
say I'll email you later, McMahon. I can't answer that because it might incriminate me.
yeah. Yes. Steve Moss, I watched Jean-Claude Van Damme's new film, Darkness of Man, and it was bad. A film I did like, though, which was a throwback to 80s martial arts movies, was The Last Kumite.
Yeah, I've heard of The Last Q, mate.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. 80s martial arts, quite popular.
Not really
Yeah.
a big martial arts fan, so I can't really answer
I
that.
don't really know much about it. Enter the Dragon is my.
Yeah, that's what
That's
I mean.
about me. Yeah,
A Game of Death is probably a
yeah.
second favorite. I
Actually,
mean,
Enter the Dragon's the only film I've got of Bruce Lee. That's it. But I like it. It's funny. Enter the Dragon is quite a. It's like a sort of Bondy kind of film, isn't it? You can just watch it and
yeah.
bit of fun. Yeah. Uh, Bookman movie definitely worth a watch, as you have a believer and a skeptic giving their opinions all about this supernatural thing that I don't know nothing about. Manuel, I know nothing. uh, Stephen Malls, I'm looking forward to seeing Cynthia Rockrocks. I know she gets a lot of mention. New film, Black Creek, looks great. I know she pops up. She's a martial arts person, isn't she? And she's yeah, very popular. And Delboy's like me, doesn't he? I haven't watched them, but there we are. Uh, one of the episodes of the Uncanny does mention a tear in time. Now, who mentioned that phrase? Ah, yes. Are you all right? You look a bit tired. I'll move on.
That's all right.
Is all right? I'll try. I can understand. Cauldron of Stardust. Yes, slightly less than 1% of the static in your untuned TV is the cosmic microwave background, the energy created by the Big Bang.
Yep.
Yes, Del, the UN members were still squabbling, talking, but never bothering to listen. But the language has changed, and Batman said something along the lines, perhaps it's better this way.
I do remember that. It's great. It was really, really quite clever. I thought it was
Yeah.
quite a good way to end it.
You did a review on Black Cat, Ian, quite a while ago. It's a full sheet film. Yeah, Tony, he's amazing. He remembers things that I've done. Yes, Patrick McGee. That's how I remember it. Italian, but filmed in England. Yeah, Patrick McGee was popping up in all sorts of films. He seemed to take anything on. Cauldron of Stardust, Dell, I used to do them gaming live streams, but nobody ever tuned in. But I didn't advertise them as well. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, never was. Ding, I didn't advertise. Ding, I did a game.
Yeah. Steve Moss, I watched a guy named Jay. He has a YouTube channel where he does movie reactions called EOM Reacts. He also has a gaming channel called EOM Gaming 1 on YouTube and Twitch.
Yeah.
Oh. And Stephen Taylor, what's been your favorite holiday destination? Is there anywhere you still want to visit if you could? Oh, crikey.
Oh, mine's always been the States, and it's always been LA, but it's like where in LA? Because I've been to Death Valley, and I've been to the Hoover Dam, and I've been to Phoenix, and I've been to, so for me, it's a very easy one. Just say America. And if there was a place I'd like to visit now, possibly a bit of Canada, and I definitely want to see Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Easy.
Mine is never going
to. For me, is Mount Rushmore. I do not want to die until I've seen Mount Rushmore for myself. You know what I mean?
For me, it's something that will never happen. But I would say New York. It's cliched, I know, um,
Why would it never happen?
because I just can't do it. It just never will happen. I know that. I accept that.
Okay,
It's all right.
I'm
It's
just
just
saying,
my leg.
if I send you a ticket tomorrow, then that says, right, all you got to do is find yourself a wheelchair. I've got yourself. Here's your ticket. You've got one night in New York. Are you going to get on that plane? I'm pretty sure you'll be going. Yeah, I'm bloody well going. Of course I am.
Somehow, I don't know. It's still been difficult, uh, especially on my
Really?
own. Yeah. Um, anyhow, um, so what's been your favorite holiday destination? I've only ever been when I was 20
Leeds,
around Europe.
Leeds, Leeds.
Um, so I'll tell you, when I went on this European thing as a student, the place I enjoyed going to was Italy. Absolutely loved Italy. All the Roman stuff. Imagine, you're going round and there's all this wonderful Roman architecture dating right back to that time. Isn't it wonderful? It must be the same if you go to Greece and see all the Greek stuff. It's like going back in time. I mean, in this country, even though we've got all this Roman stuff still remaining, it's not spectacular, is it? Unfortunately, it's good what it is, but it's not like when you go to Italy. You don't see Roman forts and things like that. Here, we just haven't got that. But yeah, that's my answer. Um, and Steve,
I don't think the Romans kept hold of the country long enough for them to put their own statues up.
yeah, yes, yeah, and don't forget they kind of gave up. That's why they built Hadrian's Wall. They thought, well, we can't be bothered going any further into Scotland.
That's what I'm
We can't
saying.
be bothered.
Although they were over
Yeah,
here for a long time, I think they kept losing it and gaining it and losing
yeah.
it. At the end of the
And
day,
also, what went on
you
was
have to
going
ask.
on in Rome,
Well, no,
all the
that's what I'm saying.
politics.
You
Yeah,
have to ask. You have to ask yourself, what was the point to keep sending armies?
yeah,
Costing them a fortune. At the end of the day, you just go, it's not worth it
yeah,
anymore.
yeah,
Just that little bit of land is got no strategic element to it even.
yeah. But
So what's
the
the point?
politics ultimately destroyed the Romans. It did really, because that what they could do. And did they want a republic? Did they want emperors and all that stuff? It just, we know what happens. Um, you have to be rich to be able to keep up with the figures. I own a lot of NECA figures. That's Stephen Moles.
Yeah, we've been talking about statues there.
Yeah, yeah. Muckman movies with regard to After Hours pirate copy. It cost me about £12, I think. Well, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
Um,
mine
yeah,
was the proper Criterion
yeah,
American release. I think it was like $18 or something.
yeah. Muckman wasn't happy, but to be honest, the transfer of the film was decent, so not in a rush to replace it. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah. Um, Tony York, Island of Terror and Night of the Big Eat are Planet productions, not Tiger. Um, I've never heard of Planet before. Apparently, they were only responsible for a handful of productions. Oh, right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, Jim says Island of Terror release in August. 88 films. That's it. They're releasing some nice packages. I agree. They're not a bad label at all. 88 films for what you get in the packages. They do a good deal, don't
Yeah.
they? Yeah.
They've all got slipcovers as well.
Oh, hey, listen, look at this. Look,
Well,
Euphoria pictures.
oh, Keith. Yeah.
There he is. Hello to all. I'm a bit late to the stream, but I thought I would pop in and say hello. Hope you have a great stream. Thank you so
Yeah.
much, Keith.
Well,
Thank you, Keith.
what's the chance he was here for no longer than 3 minutes and
Yeah.
went?
But you've got a great channel, as we always say, Euphoria Pictures.
We big it up.
To talk about.
We
What a channel.
we talk about channels that are, I think, are ground changing, and
Yeah.
I mention Euphoria Pictures because you're always a person that wants to help the other person. You know, like saying, "Here's where you can get Italian releases
Yeah.
from. Here's where you can get this from. Where you can get that from." You're not a person that basically comes across as somebody that says, "Oh, look at my collection, and isn't it good? You haven't got it, so up yours."
Yeah.
Nobody likes a show off, right?
No.
And you've never come across to me as a show off.
No.
So
No.
as far as I'm concerned, you're in the
Yeah.
stratosphere because
Yeah.
basically you've got a knowledge
Yeah.
and you're trying to help.
Yeah.
And and from that point of view, you got that's how can you turn around and say that's a terrible person? So
Yeah.
that's how I look at it. It's not sucking up. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
being realistic about these things. I've
Yeah.
always want people to look at my channel and turn around and go, I got some knowledge from him. I don't
Yeah.
want them to look at my channel and go, he waffles on about nothing and then shows off his collection at the end, like a medal.
Yeah.
No, I'd hate someone to turn around and say something like that because it wouldn't be
Yeah.
true anyway.
Yeah.
You can almost look at the trailers and the videos and the box sets that I hold up to the camera as being a report to tell you that those come out this week.
Yeah.
not not a trophy, but you can actually go to Amazon right now and order this. It's out there.
Yeah.
Right?
And just another mention. Keith does a brilliant live stream with Nigel and is it Andy?
Forgotten
Yeah.
movies or something.
Yeah, and that's about every 2 weeks. I think they do that, and
Yeah.
Keith does that. But it's a brilliant job he does on that as well. I thought I should mention that. Great live stream. And then Muckman Movies, Borderlands has been made into a movie. It was Kate Blanchett and Jamie Lee Curtis in it. Comes out at cinemas in August. Oh, there you are. That's a
Yeah, but
good
like
cast,
I say,
isn't it?
Borderlands is a game. It's set in a
Yeah, yeah,
post-apocalyptic universe. You know.
yeah. Tony Hawk, I enjoyed. Oh, MacArthur, of course, Gregory Peck. Yeah, as the World War II Korean War general. Yeah. So Goodfellas is a great biopic of Henry Hill. Yeah.
Yeah, it
Excellent.
is.
Yeah, excellent. I mean, what you can't argue with that either. What a film. Seymour's, I'll probably buy The Exorcist too because I want to see the director's cut. You're taking
No,
the
you
piss.
bloody well don't.
He's taking the piss. No.
Of course, he's taking the piss. Bloody hell. I defy anybody to actually get to the end of Exodus 2 and are able to tell me what the story is about.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you now, I know I've only seen it a couple of times, and I know the last time I saw it must be over 20 years ago. But I don't.
But you actually watched it right through.
Yeah, I don't.
It sounds like people can't get to end.
I still do not understand what that story in that film is.
Yeah.
It's absolutely mental, batshit mental. That film.
Muckman Movies. Patton is a good war film based on a real person, of course. Yeah, an important general, of course. Patton was.
Jerry Goldsmith did the score.
Yeah. Then we had to get that in as well, of course. English Criterion, 17.99 off at HMV.
After hours, after hours, that is, isn't it? I think.
Yeah. Tony Hawk, Brass Target, 1978, is a good conspiracy thriller with Sophia Loren, Robert Bourne about Patton's fatal road accident. Oh yes, yeah. And Cauldron of Stardust. Some good films based on real people. Oh, of course. Why didn't I think of Schindler's List? Of course.
Yeah, yeah.
Spartacus, A Beautiful Mind, Man on Wire, The Pride of the Yankees, The King's Speech. Yeah.
I do
And
understand
the
why some
more we
people.
go into it, there's probably stacks of them. Yeah.
Yes,
But
well, I do understand why some people go Schindler's List and go, "Oh, why didn't I think of that?" Schindler's List, up to me, sometimes is you're not wrong if you turn around and say it's a one-time deal watch,
yeah.
because it is a harrowing thing to go through the Holocaust
Yeah. Yeah.
and watch that film, and then because I have to put my mind into a set to actually watch that film. It's
Yeah.
quite
Yeah.
a film to watch,
Yeah.
um, and it's a hard watch at that. But
Yeah.
I'm glad they made it. I'm glad
Yeah.
it's out there.
I know this
I
sounds
think it deserves every accolade it can ever have. But the problem I have with it is, for me, really, it's a one-time watch, one and done,
yeah.
because it's so harrowing to really watch that again for a second time. It is hard.
And
It
I
is.
know something. If I was a history teacher at school, it's the sort of film that I would show definitely to older things. It seems
Yeah,
it's one of those films that's like essential and is a great teaching tool if you was a teacher. An excellent piece of filmmaking. Some films can be like that. I think
yeah,
that is, even if again it's not 100% accurate, you feel there's so much historical truth in that film. Anyhow, it should. It's kind of almost like it should be essentially shown, especially
yeah, yeah,
nowadays. The world, the day the world is. It's one of those films that you think, I wish people would actually wake up and watch something like that. You know.
yeah.
Anyhow, end of me going on. Um, and then Muckman Movies would recommend 8 Diagram Pole Fighter if you want to delve into the world of of martial arts movies.
Pole
Um,
fight. You see again, pole
yeah,
fighting again is like
yeah.
bloody hell. How many martial
Danny,
arts are there?
uh, Euphoria Pictures, Hi Mate. Um, and then we've got Cauldron of Stardust, My Dream Vacation Destination, Your Home's England Someday. Oh, I don't think you'd be that excited if you got to my home. Uh,
It'd be most welcome in our house, I tell you
yeah,
that.
you just need to get into that garage. I keep telling everybody, get into the garage. You'll be all right. He
No,
won't
no,
notice.
nobody's getting into that garage.
Get into the garage. Uh, Mugman Movies. Been to New York. Oh, it's overrated, Ian. Thank you. Too busy, full of people. Encountered quite a lot of rude people too.
Oh
Well,
yeah,
thank you. That's an interesting perspective.
yeah.
Maybe we romanticize it too much,
Well,
and you're giving a very good reality thing about it. I
I
don't
don't.
know.
I don't think anybody does though, Ian, because anybody that thinks that New York is any different to London has got another thing coming.
Yeah.
I go to London and I feel it's a cold place. I went to New
Yes.
York. I think it's a cold place.
Yeah.
If you bump into someone by accident with their shoulder, they're gonna shout explanatories at you, and you are going to need to expect it.
Yeah.
They go, oh, mind yourself, you bastard. That's what they'll
Yeah.
do. And then if you're on the train or a tram, nobody will talk to each other. They will
Yeah.
just be silent with
Yeah.
their hands up in the air, gripping hold of something to keep them straight because it's moving all
Uh,
the time. It
Yeah,
is like
it's a
that.
nightmare. It sounds a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. That's
But
why.
but
Yeah,
it's full of lovely places where
yeah,
you can see where the romance has come from, because
yeah,
I mean, Central Park is a beautiful place. The buildings that cordon
yeah,
off Central Park is gorgeous as well. It's all old architecture
yeah,
facing onto it. But at the end of the day, how much architecture is in London?
Yeah, yeah. And
There are
what you have to travel
there will be
around all over.
there will
Yeah,
be people that have visited from other countries that will turn around and say it is the nastiest place to go. Nobody talks. They're
yeah,
rude. Everything's expensive. So all I'm saying is New York's got exactly the same rep.
yeah. I mean, we could say that about a lot of these. I mean, personally, I won't be bothered if it probably will am if I never ever go to London again. I'd rather go to York any day of the week because they're much more interesting places to visit.
You'd rather go to Leeds, wouldn't you?
Well, yeah. I mean, Leeds has got some good places. Um, I'll tell you, there's the Arms Museum. The whole history of warfare is in Leeds, and it's a brilliant museum. My
Yeah.
dad used to talk to me about that. He'd go and visit it. It's the whole history, right from Stone Age time weapons right up to modern now. It's brilliant. So you've got these wonderful armor and all sorts of wonderful things, and yeah. Anyhow, let's get on this. Let's see. Uh, but my mum was also asked Lever Schreiber and
Liev.
Naomi Watts for a photo outside the Ghostbusters HQ, but he said no. You bastard! You should have said I'm a.
Is
Yeah,
that is that pronounced Leave or Liev? I don't know. Liev,
I don't
Leave Schreiber. Leave
Isn't that
Schreiber.
annoying when somebody says but there you are.
Yeah.
um, Steve Mills, I'm waiting, Delboy, for your review of Manimal. There you are.
You'll be bloody waiting a long time. What a piece of shit that is. I watch that. I watch that religiously once every year or 2 years. Right, I've got to watch it within 2 years. Right, but it is atrocious. It is an absolute. I have to put it on just to remind myself
How bad it is.
how bad, how much shit there is in the world, and that one
Yeah.
of during this particular year, this was one of them. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? It's that bad. Manimal is atrocious.
Bookman, Son of Saul is a harrowing one-time must-watch set inside Auschwitz. Put it on your watch list. Oh, crikey. Yeah.
I think I've watched that. I think I've seen it.
Yeah. Um, Tony, good night. Oh, thank you, Tony. Good night. Thank you for staying this long. Yeah. Danny says, have a good one. And then Cauldron of Stardust. I now realize that saying, your homes, as my dream vacation sounds like kind of stalkerish. That wasn't my intent. It was merely a way of saying England. I want to go to England more than anywhere.
It's full of beautiful places.
It is. And it's not London. That's what you need to tell people.
Yeah,
It is not London.
yeah.
Um,
There's far more outside London than there is in
yeah,
London. I tell you.
Cauldron of Stardust just wanted to make that clear. There you are. You've made it very clear there. Thank you. Um, Stephen Moles. First Pumpkinhead movie needs a UK Blu-ray release. They're releasing Pumpkinhead 2 soon on Blu-ray. I've got it on Blu-ray, but I presume mine must be no. Perhaps it's an early UK release a few
Yeah.
years ago, but I have got it on Blu-ray. Both of them. Yeah. Have you got Pumpkinhead?
No, I've got a regular one. Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh dear. Yes.
no, I don't think I've got Pumpkinhead.
Yeah.
I'm having a look. Hang on. I
Oh,
don't
it's
think
not.
so.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, right. Yeah, I've definitely got it, but on Blu-ray, but I've had it quite a while. I think quite a long time. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think it's. Oh.
Sorry, I'm just looking for something.
Is it still? Has it got a steelbook release?
I don't know. I'm just looking at. I'm just looking at things that I can go. Oh yeah, I need to talk about that.
Yeah. Okay. I'll move on now to the next one.
Carry on.
Yeah. Okay. Mugman movies. Night, night, Tony. Yeah. And leave is pronounced leave. It's leave. There you are. I think. Yeah. Leave. And Cauldron of Sadness, Mugman movies. I believe you are correct. What about Automan then, Delboy? Stephen Moll said.
Well, Automan's all right. That's not shit, is it? Automan is Glenn A. Larson turning around and saying, "Do you know what? I think Tron was really good. I think I'll make a superhero up and call him Automan." And unfortunately, it cost too much money, and they cancelled it. Yeah. Manimal was a stupid idea. Here's a bloke who sits down cross-legged, holds his fingers in his hands like this,
becomes a
puts on some concentration face, and suddenly he's supposed to be an eagle and a hawk or a bloody black cat or whatever it is.
Oh dear.
And the special effects, it was like little rubber bands or something underneath the skin where they pump, you see it bubbling like this. I mean, you got to remember we've done American Werewolf in London, a couple of years before that. That showed the way. What's this shit?
We're at the last comment. We've actually got here to the last comment. Mugman movies. I have the US import steelbook of Pumpkinhead.
Right.
There you are.
I don't have too many import steelbooks, I have to say. I have got a few, but not that many.
Yeah.
My steelbook collection really started with things like Zavvi special editions, HMV special editions, and I wasn't buying too much in the States. Not because I couldn't, because 4K is a non-effect really when it comes to region protection. There are some mistakes that have been made. That 4K is region protected on certain films, but for 99.999%, 4K is a region-free medium, and that meant I could buy steelbooks from the States. But what I just tend to find is it's the postage and all of that sort of stuff. Just going, and if it comes with a Blu-ray disc, then that's going to be region protected. I can tell you that now.
Mugman Movies says, good night, all, up at 7 a.m. tomorrow today. Thank you for joining, and thank you for everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
Being with us, and we've still got 8 people watching. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Delboy, as well. Our Stephen Moll's here. Good night, all. Need a bit of shut-eye. No, that's fine. We're all going anyhow now. But thank you, Delboy, as ever. It's been great.
Salute to everybody. Thank you for coming on. Brilliant.
I'll see thee again.
Salute.